Oh. Ooh. Am I audible now? Can you hear me? Hello. Yeah, it worked. Okay, good. Sorry, I don't know why that has changed. That's never changed. I think because I had Charlie knock over my camera a few times, and I was doing like Zoom calls and stuff like that, and like she like kind of broke the camera, so I had to plug in an alternate one, and I think maybe that just messed up my computer's base settings, because it's like back to the regular camera, but yeah, I think that my default audio settings were changed. All right, so you can hear me. Hello. Sorry, I was actually just explaining how chaotic this morning has been for setting up, and I think that that's fair to witness. So obviously we're doing art today. Hello, I'm Jacob Johnson. I will be your host for today's Feedback Friday. So we're going to do art today. We're going to do some HUD stuff, actually. I've been working on some icons for the new area, and I want to kind of like try and get through those today. This might actually be the first time I've done an art stream that's like a full day for quite a while, because it seems like every single time I've done a stream, there is some kind of necessary meeting I had to attend, like at like 2 p.m. that day. So normally, if you guys are familiar with my streams, I stream from 11 a.m. to like 5 p.m. With like an hour break in the middle for lunch. But yeah, I think we might do one of those again today. I have a lot of art I want to kind of crush out, and I want you guys to kind of like be on that journey and kind of give your feedback. So the idea is I'm working on icons, and it doesn't sound too interesting, but the way that I'm kind of rendering them out, it's kind of it's got a little more render quality to it. It's more kind of glowing gems, and people have described them as delicious looking, so that's kind of fun. But I'm trying to work on kind of a bit of the symbology of what the icons look like, and I'm not 100% kind of confident with all the designs I have, so I think it'll be useful to have you guys on board. You can kind of like give me feedback on what you think everything is for, and that should help me to know kind of if they read how they're supposed to or not. So that I think that'll be kind of useful for, you know, the opportunity that doing live art provides. So I think it should be interesting. Should be some interesting rendering. The colors and stuff like that are fun. Yeah. The classic question: how do you get relics? Go hunt bosses and talk to the MouseHunt Discord. There should be a link at the top of the game in the browser. Click on that, join the community, ask your specific questions to the community there, and honestly, you'll get lots of really good answers. They can help you with kind of like where you are in the game, get like optimal relics. You know, they're pretty cool like that. So because I can just generally say like, oh, you know, you could maybe hunt in these areas, but if you don't have the equipment for it, that's not too useful. Yeah, so we are working on the floating islands today, and things are going really well for it. We've been working on the heads-up displays for the area. We have all three artists kind of cracking at it, and so we're getting lots of different kind of like unique perspectives from each of the artists, kind of combining their efforts together, which I think has been very useful for kind of the creation of this area. So I think it's coming together really well. We're like basically the art team is ahead/on schedule, which is always nice. And yeah, so we're gonna crack at that. I've been doing some mobile head stuff recently. I suppose that I should probably set up my Photoshop to show the right stuff. This should be the file. Yeah, all right. So the file that I'm going to show you is a little bit kind of scribbly and messy. Well, not messy, but it's like my kind of half render on top of a sketch, but that's just where my file is currently. So we'll see if this makes sense to you guys. So yeah, basically what we have here is mock-up of one of the HUDs. And this is kind of like where you're choosing your destination that you want to go to. And I'm kind of trying to figure out how the icons themselves could look in this view. It's a little hard to judge because it's kind of like so under-rendered for the HUD that these icons feel a little too like oomph to it. And there's another view where these icons will also be visible, so I need to kind of like take into account each of the different views and how that kind of looks on them. So let me open. I'm going to open the other views. All right. I'll use this one. This is also the mobile kind of variant. So this is, yeah, I can hide that too. Lots of potential spoilers today, apparently. All right, so this one I'm actually working on directly. This is just a reference. Yeah, so effectively, there's a number of different kind of modifiers, is kind of what I'm calling them. And there's kind of like this board where depending on kind of what you select, it'll kind of like choose the modifiers in that kind of line or column. And those kind of combine together to create or describe the island that you travel to. So, you know, again, it's one of those things where there's lots of little kind of like detail bits that are not necessarily exactly what you're going to end up with in game. So I don't want to go into the specifics of what every single little bit and bob is, but they all have their own kind of meaning in this. This has changed a little bit, but yeah, I think it's definitely tool presets. Thank you. It's definitely kind of like in a pretty good state. Right now, I know that Giorgio's been working on the scaffolding of the actual kind of like the in-game build, where basically we had kind of the prototype that I made in Unity, and we've kind of all gotten to play through it, and modify it, and kind of like write out a nice kind of outline of what the game is, and kind of like refine it as a team. And so recently we've been kind of developing these HUDs. We've gotten to a point where we're so confident with the game design that it's obviously being plugged in systems-wise, and also the HUDs are being developed. So that should give you an idea of kind of like where in the pipeline we are for this. Obviously, it's still a ways away from final completion. Obviously, we need to create all the art assets. There's a lot. And then the devs need to finish building the scaffolding and plug in all of the kind of like mechanics and interactions, mice and items, and then of course do balancing on all that, and tweaking, and potentially modifying gameplay as it comes up. So although there's a lot of visual stuff that is kind of like come along, you know, obviously it's still going to take quite a while, and obviously even after all that, there's testing and balance, and testing and balance and testing. But yeah, I think the area is really kind of coming along well, though. We're all really excited about what is coming, and I can't wait to play it internally in the actual engine, as opposed to my kind of like crunchy hack together bad prototype. So yeah, it's exciting. All right. Thank you. Amazing. Alex is my hero. So before starting the stream, I had kind of like an art call where we were like, oh, we're gonna really quickly detail out some specific stuff that we need to figure out, and it ended up taking like an hour. So I didn't have time to make breakfast for myself. So Alex did. Thank you. Oh, ooh, that's tasty. So I'm going to be a horrible person and eat on camera. All right. Mm-hmm. I don't think I can speculate on the actual timeline for the release. I will let Dave do that. First of all, I am someone who suffers from ADD, so time and like having a good idea of how long things are going to take is my like weakness. Like that is my kryptonite. So I'm the last person you should ask for that kind of specific. Even though, you know, like I've kind of like outlined the art side of it and tried to kind of spec out this is how long it'll take. Basically, I handed that off to Dave and Lauren so that they can actually like properly figure all that out, and they've kind of like set that up. But I'm not gonna, you know, give even any rough estimate for how long it'll take because, you know, I think on the art side we have a good idea, but I don't know on the dev side, and that can always kind of change, I suppose. Yeah. Also, for those wondering, I'm doing art this week because I might have some vet stuff I have to do next Friday, so a little easier to kind of make sure everything works out if I just do the art today. It's been a long time since we've done feed bake. That was fun. I want to do that again. All right. Yeah, it's always difficult to request timelines from projects in development from the team developing them. So yeah, there's a lot of info here. You know, I will kind of like, because this is just a sketch of it and like it has changed. I know it's changed from this. And in fact, Maxine's working on this view today. Yeah, basically, I did kind of outline kind of what the idea of this grid in the center here is. I'm working on the iconography for this, and right now I was working on these icons without kind of like the greater context, and they looked really good on these circles. And I shared that with the team, and they're like, "Whoa, that looks really great!" You know, like I love it on those circles and the way it pops and you know comes out. It's so interesting looking, and I love it. And so you know, I was really excited to keep going on it. And then I was like, you know, I should probably plug this into the rest of the HUD. I think it'll work, but just in case. And then I start plopping it down, and I'm like, oh right, we have like a billion circles already, and these icons are supposed to be icons compared to everything else. You know, like you don't click these things necessarily. Like you could, I think you can mouse over them and get more info on what they are, but like I don't need them to like be these big click buttons. Whereas the circles below these do need to be clickable. So you know, like I kind of like think I shot myself in the foot a little bit by making them a little too kind of the language behind it is working against me. So I'm tweaking what they look like without losing that kind of like nice, juicy, kind of exciting to look at feel. And one of the things about them as well is they have at least two states. So this is kind of like more when you're on an adventure, when you're on an island doing the actions there. And this is just kind of experimenting with different kind of like variations of things. And so I'm kind of leaning more towards the one on the right with this kind of box. It works well with the previous view where it's a grid of squares. So this shape works well. And then they need to be able to be like inactive and active at a minimum. There might even be more states like this kind of like on the right, the red kind of state of like maybe it's disabled or destroyed kind of feel to it. It's locked out kind of thing. And then like, yeah, like the activated, it's currently enabled or doing a thing, etc. I really want to go into all the details about all this, but I think it's probably best not to at this juncture, but soon. I think soon. I think once like stuff is properly plugged in and we're able to kind of like get the initial pass of balance going, and we can be like, yep, everything is good. Like I'm happy with these mechanics as they are. Because I know we are in the prototype, in the game doc, and that's a real good sign. So I feel like we're basically, you know, like making it as we expect it. But again, if things end up changing, I don't want to kind of like confuse you guys too early on. Triangles, dodecahedrons, rhombus. Yeah, that is the Crystal Library card. So a lot of the assets I use when mocking up HUDs and prototypes are just assets that exist in the game that look close to what we could use. So yeah, that's kind of the idea. Again, I always kind of lack the knowledge of what Dave has already shared with you guys. Yeah, I think I'll just let you glean your own information from these screens instead of kind of trying to specify what it is without, you know, revealing too much. Of course, who knows? He might have already told you specifically what everything in here would be. Physical island. You can touch that. The names are placeholders. Just a guess. All right. So I'm going to go back to this view. So I was just kind of using this sketch mockup to kind of like get a sense of what the icons could look like in actual context. So just merge that down. All right. And then this was kind of like another view that I was using. But to be a little bit more useful, I think I'm going to work at size again. So just kind of plop that in there. This should go to the back. I think that works. Yeah, okay, cool. So I can hide that. All right, so this is a slightly bigger kind of version of them, but that's not the size I'm rendering these at. These are actually being rendered more at this size. And so this is like another one I did, but I'm kind of potentially just tossing because I don't think it fits with the way that I'm rendering the other ones. So one of the ways that I'm kind of handling the iconography is I'm trying to create just kind of like two-tone, maybe one-tone icons. You know, it's icons, so they need to be kind of like clean and clear and simple. So yeah, what I was going to do is I'm going to go with the square format for the border. I don't think I'm going to have it on a platform that pops out. I think I'm going to have them kind of sunken into whatever kind of like platform it exists on. So going back to the grid idea. So this would be kind of its own square, and it's kind of like embedded in that square. And then in the other view, in this one, it's like embedded in this kind of block here. So that's kind of like how I'm going to handle that. Stay away from my breakfast, please, cats. I actually eat this before they do. Right, I'll deal with that later. Don't eat my food, please. Okay, so the symbol for the tactical power type is like an eye with kind of like these kind of streaks. It was created like 11 and a half years ago, probably, maybe 12 years ago now. Was it like, were power types right off the bat? Did that take a year? Hello, cattail. But yeah, it's like an eye. It's, you know, a symbol of kind of like a tactical kind of watching the battlefield kind of, you know, I guess that was the idea that I had. I don't know. I made it a long time ago. I don't even remember why. And I mean, like, physical is just a sword. Shadow is a weird kind of like charm looking thing, like just dark sphere. Yeah. Started at the dojo. Okay. Was that the first power type that like began the power type kind of stuff? I'm trying to remember. Wait, dojo. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you? You know, most of the time, Charlie is just like laying around doing nothing. But when I'm on camera, she's just a brat. All right. Okay, so was Shadow the first? Okay. Yeah, Venus Mouse Trap and the Gnarled Tree. Yeah, I feel like Tactical was the first power type. Like, at least introduced in the game. I don't know about, like, game flow. It feels like it's maybe a little different now, but back when we first were kind of creating new areas, I think that was kind of like the first one I added. And then we're like, yeah, okay, so the other ones are just physical. And then, oh, what could be another one? Shadow. Cool, yeah. It's been so long, guys. Yeah, Whisker Witch was added later. Yeah, because then we were doing like Acolyte stuff, and then yeah, because Acolyte was a big deal. It's too long. I will fry my brain trying to go back that far and re-lay out the timeline. I'll leave that to the wiki people. Okay. Shall I actually work on art, guys? So, this is the view that I've been using for sketching out the iconography. Obviously, there's pirate icons. I decided to go with kind of the hook hand. I was feeling like the skull and crossbones, though clear in what it is, when compared to the other icons I had kind of put together, it just kind of like was a whole other level of kind of like, I don't know, it just didn't feel like it belonged with the rest of the ones that I had created. So here's kind of like the ones that I've done. And right now I'm kind of whipping them up at this resolution, which is fine because they are actually going to be shrunk down from this point. But my plan is to kind of like finish rendering out them at this size, but then actually kind of bump them up to the full size and just kind of like touch up here and there. And then kind of, you know, I can export it at whatever size I want beyond that point. And I think that'll be kind of the most, the fastest way to kind of like make this work and to kind of like not over detail, because I have a tendency to do that where when it's at full size and I'm working on crystals with weird light refractions, I will go too far with it. So rendering at a smaller size, blowing it up, and then touching it up is probably going to save me a lot of time. So we have kind of like 4 completed icons right now. I'm working on a new one right here. And again, I'm going to take them off of these disc kind of pedestal things. I feel like that plays against what I need them to do. So I think actually I'll do that right now. I need to, excuse me, computer, calm down. I think I need to just kind of like create a more usable grid to draw on top of. Actually, how about I just do this? Copy this and load up. All right, and this will just kind of like give me just a little more room to work with, but everything should kind of fit a little easier. It'll be easier for me to kind of like do the square outline if I want to use that. It'll feel more inset properly. It should just make it a little bit nicer to work on. So I'm just going to have to shift these around a bit. Okay, so I guess names already are a thing in this file, so I can't just kind of pretend those don't exist. Some more stuff to speculate with, I suppose. Of course, these are my placeholders anyways. Who knows what things will be called. Okay, so I'm just centering these a little bit better. I guess these aren't actually properly squared. Oh well. I mean, actually, that does probably matter. I should probably fix this. I mean, that's fair. Yeah, I can see the idea behind the pirate mice being the law mice. That is totally fair. Okay, so let's say I just do 240 by 240. Okay, so if I just make a brand new grid, just stop messing with a million different bad grids. Okay, and I'm just going to make this into its own group and duplicate this here. Let's use this color. Cool. And now duplicate that. There we go. And merge that. And now copy that over. But give it a flip. Button that line up. That's odd. I messed up somewhere. Cool. Alright. Oh, I think I saw what it was. Let's just hide that. Let's hide all of that. Okay. Now, good, merge, duplicate, flip. There we go. Now stuff's lining up. And now duplicate once more. So it is a 4x4 grid. So there are 16 tiles in total. And just use nice dark background. Oh, I guess I already had that. All right. There we go. Now I have an even grid to work with. This will actually allow me to make the icons relative to the workspace it's supposed to be in. Pyrohook looks like a question mark. Might want to rethink the readability. You know, that's a really good call. Thank you very much. I have a solution. Bum, bum, bum. Why is there... Oh, whatever. Yeah. Now the specular highlight on that is different from the other one, so I actually would have to re-render a little bit. But I think that might do the trick. It might not feel like a question mark now. I mean, we could try the skull and crossbones. I think that once I have more of the icons kind of specced out, I'll be able to kind of like test it against those, and you know, it might actually work best. So I'm not throwing that out for sure. All right. Right versus left-handed pirates. A peg leg. Okay. Let's breathe. Yeah, it does kind of have that flaming queso look because it looks like it's molten. It's supposed to look a little puffier, but I suppose with the highlights and the bubbling effect, it does look like it's kind of heated and boiling. So I might have to rethink that. But again, more reason to have it live with feedback. So this here, this icon here with the obvious kind of like skeleton key, what does that kind of like feel like to you guys? Does that speak to you in any way? I imagine that it probably, you know, like it's like, it unlocks something. That's probably the message you're getting. Looks too generic. The skeleton key looks too generic. Looks like Mickey Mouse. Ow. Magic key for secret loot. Interesting. Curious. I am gonna probably go with like kind of the golden kind of motif for the key, so that might help with that messaging, I think. Yeah, okay, so you know, I'm just gonna put it out there in case you guys have better ideas. Looks like it unlocks a chest at the end of the island. You know what? Maybe I don't need to put out any more information on that. Maybe you guys have some ideas already. Yeah, okay, so I'll tell you. Basically, this icon I'm working on is supposed to be for enhanced loot, and currently, don't hold me to this, but the idea is one of the things that you can get using this is a special kind of like bundle of loot. So if you kind of like complete certain things, you get a special chest out of it. But otherwise, it just enhances the loot dropped from all of the mice. So basically, any mice that drop stuff, you get extra loot when you have this kind of activated. So hopefully that messaging works with the key. In the prototype, I actually had kind of like a golden key inset in clouds, and it looked pretty, but it's not kind of the flat design style that I'm going for with the icon, so I decided to just kind of like try something slightly different. I was using a treasure chest, but I felt like maybe that conflicted a little bit with kind of like treasure maps and stuff like that. I didn't want it to kind of feel like that because at least the icon I tried out looked more like, you know, like a treasure hunting treasure chest kind of feel. But I don't know. I suppose we have a lot of treasure chests that aren't specifically a part of the treasure hunting mechanics, but you know. Yeah, you really like the blue crystal. This was the first one I started with, and it kind of like helped me be pretty happy with this direction that I'm kind of going for. I felt like, yeah, I can kind of have these kind of like simple graphic motifs, but like really make them look cool, and hopefully read. That's kind of the big challenge I'm feeling, is making sure that it's clear what is happening. Actually, what I'm going to do is modify this, because right now, at any rate, I want to be able to turn off the disk and have it kind of like sitting inside of the board. Like it's almost like an inlay, like an artisan cut out these kind of designs and set gemstones inside of the board, and then they like can be lit from behind if they're activated or whatnot. That's kind of like the design quality I want to get out of this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate all of this. I'll just hide this old one in case I need to go back to that version of it. But I'm just going to merge this down, just because this will probably be the quickest and easiest way to do what I need to. And I want to have the kind of like the edges of the kind of the board. I guess, actually, you know what? I'm not going to merge that. So this way I'll be able to change the colors and try some different things. So I'm just going to basically cut it out. I want it to feel like the embossing kind of the relief cuts, I guess they might be called. The walls of the board. Yeah, depending on how the grid colors work, like I want the material to look appropriate to whatever the board is, right? And the thing is, these icons can be viewed in probably 7 different kind of backgrounds. So there's this board, and right now the idea is that there's kind of like the like lighter, darker kind of like grid coloring. So there's 2 colors here. And then there's kind of on the adventure, there's potentially 3 different colors here. And then back in the previous view as well, in here, there's an alternate board itself, which is likely going to have its own set of colors. So that's like probably 7 potential colors that I know of that these icons could sit on top of. So to basically make these relief cuts look like it belongs to each of those colors is kind of like, I don't want to make 7 versions of every single icon, glowing and not glowing, because that's so many images that would need to be plugged in, and if we need to tweak it, it's like got to tweak every single one of those. So instead, what I'm thinking is I can't use kind of like layer properties on a PNG, so I can't make it just like a multiply, which would be really useful. So instead I'm going to try maybe just having it be a normal layer, which is basically my only option for using it in kind of like, you know, browser kind of like layering techniques, which is what we do. But instead basically making it like just straight up like a black, solid black layer, and then lowering the opacity so that no matter what this is dropped on top of, it looks like it's a relief of that kind of like color. So if I made the background here a different color, it'll still look like it's a part of that. So see how it just looks like shadow of that, which is good. So it works for going darker, but one of the things I want is for these icons to light up and kind of like glow against whatever surface they're on. So it's easy enough to do this this version, but then to kind of do the glowing version, I'm going to have to kind of do something to make that work. So let's see. Like maybe if I just use a soft kind of brush and it just kind of goes over top and adds its color into that shadow area more. I need way more saturation in that. So like, I'm not using any fancy kind of layer properties for this. But if I do something more like that, where it's like the color kind of bleeding out over top, no matter what background color is there, this should work, I hope. Okay, so yeah, I think that might manage. Yeah, okay. It can get a little funky, but like at the same time, I think it's the best that can be done for having literally just kind of like a simple PNG with some transparencies on top of other PNGs. We can't do fancy kind of like filtering of the layers. So this should work. Okay, so basically, to break it down, I'm going to have kind of the actual icon. I'm going to have the relief cut around it, and that's just going to use kind of like a darker, just like adding some black to the edges to kind of like make it look like it's relief cut into it. And then when I do the kind of like specialized glow for it being more activated, the actual icon itself will light up properly, but then it'll have kind of like just a really saturated glow around the edges and fill in this kind of relief cut with more of its color. And actually that's another thing that I could do is actually modify this instead of it being just black, adding the color of the actual kind of glow from the gem into it, and I think that might also add to it. So now it's like really glowing. So okay, I think that is actually going to work. I don't know if any of that made any sense to anybody. Sometimes I just kind of have to like step through the possibilities to see if it works, and I decided to vocalize it and kind of like do that for you. So if that made any sense, great. If it didn't, I can try and break it down, but I don't think it'd be any clearer. I'm very bad at explaining things. All right. Well, it was somewhere between 40 to 60% clear to at least one person. So that's a win for me. Cool. All right. A wood burner or a chessboard look. Yeah, like that is kind of a little bit of the inspiration. But again, like I'm not the one that's kind of finalizing the view of this board. I've kind of like we've given that task to Maxine. So she's the one that's going to kind of like create the asset that these sit on top of. So my job is to try and kind of like create icons that can sit in any environment. Because I don't know what it'll end up looking like at the end for the backdrop for these. But I need to make them kind of sit cleanly on that, but also not necessarily like steal the stage because, again, looking at this view here, Oh, no, wrong view. Whoops. This one. Nope. Oh, right, it was a sketch that I hid in here. I'm silly. Sorry. Looking at this view, I need the icons to be clear and like stand out and like be understandable just even at a glance. Like, okay, it's blue and it's in that crystal shape. That's the crystal stuff. It's like maybe green or red or whatever, and it's the skull and crossbones, or it's the hook. That's pirates. You know, I want it to kind of like easily read on this without, you know, drawing too much attention because there's so much information, and I want these kind of assets on the side and the bottom and other parts to like almost draw more attention and be more clickable. And they need to be like, yeah, that's a button. I want to click that. And then these just kind of, you know, work in that space. So, shall we work on other icons? I think maybe I want to blow it up to fit this scale. I'm like always like, yeah, okay, so let's move on and do this other thing that we should probably do. And then I never actually go and do that. I immediately go back to, you know, doing something else, tweaking this, tweaking that. Okay, so that's probably a more appropriate size. Maybe it's a little big. I don't know. I feel like maybe somewhere between those two is good. Maybe that's good. Hey, cats, come on. Don't fight. You can both lay on my messy desk. It's okay. You normally sleep butt to butt. Alright. So I feel like that's a good size. If they're all kind of like, if this whole board is just full of these icons and they're all kind of like juicy and bright and colorful, there's still enough kind of like space for the grid to kind of like read, I think. I wouldn't want to go much bigger than this. I want there to be enough kind of bleed at the edges that they kind of like sit inside their squares. And again, like ultimately, when these are fully rendered and passed out to the devs, they can size it however they want. I'm just doing this as an example of what I think they should look like. But I feel like that's a good size. And I'm wondering, so in the originals, I have these kind of outer glow, which I think is kind of cool. I'm definitely scrapping the circle motif. I just feel like there's so many circles in the HUDs that it really does not play well with the space. It starts to clash. As their own standalone thing, it'd be great, but in this space, it just works poorly. So one of the things I was thinking is, do I still want some kind of like border for it? So like one idea is if I wanted to kind of like do something like this. Now one of the things about this is it might get real noisy if like every single icon has this going on. You know, it's like, I don't know why I wanted to do a diagonal instead of up or down, but so yeah, like it might start to clutter up the board. But at the same time, I wonder if it works really well in this view. And I don't want to have like versions with a border and versions without a border. I want it to be able to be just like just one output, because there's already going to be I think 16 different kind of like assets that come out of this. I think maybe more. Actually, probably more than that. So I don't want to like have like 64 different files I have to kind of like manage if I need to tweak things. So either it keeps the border or it loses it. And I like it, but it might also not need it. So let me just try hiding that. So you know what, it actually works well without it. I figured that might actually be the case. So you know what? I actually think I might drop the whole kind of like border. I think I was really wanting to have one because of how nicely it looked on the circular ones, especially when like it's inactive and then it turns active and like that part starts to glow as well. It just had a nice kind of presence. But let me just kind of, yeah, on the yellow I'm kind of like, that's not the final version though, so it might look better than that. There's a lot to contest with in a HUD. I'm probably one of the slowest people at creating HUDs, but it's because I get into these kind of like, but like, what if this, and push and pull that, and like sometimes I get down to like the pixels, you know, like I like push and pull every single pixel, and so you know, like something that might take an artist like one day would take me like 4 days. So it's probably good that I'm not the sole person working on the HUD, because that has been a significant bottleneck in the past. Yeah, I think it works well as just embossed in whatever surface it is. So yeah, I don't think I need to do the border. You, keep you, and get rid of you, and that ring can go, and this also. All right. So I think I'm coming closer to kind of like knowing where and what needs to happen with it. So I am gonna just use like a clean kind of almost like border. Not border. It's almost like a stroke that I'm adding to this. I could use like a layer property and add a stroke, but one of the things is when I do the glow, I need to be able to kind of like color over top of it, I feel. But behind the main actual kind of icon, the gem, so having it be its own unique layer where I can kind of like render out the pixels in case I want to have like some parts be a bit darker, some parts be a bit lighter. I can do that. So that is why I'm manually painting that in as opposed to just using a layer property. Because there is just kind of like, I could just double click that layer, hit stroke, and now it has its own outline. You know, you can just do that. I need to clean it up a bit, but it doesn't let me fine tune things perfectly. So I'm doing it manually. All right. And then yeah, if I wanted kind of like the light to be coming in from the top right instead of every part being exactly the same kind of level of shadow, maybe I erase a little bit on the insides here. You know, could do that if I wanted. Or even add a little highlight on the edges here, just to kind of show that inset kind of like emboss feel. But I don't know if I need that. Not opposed to it. Almost makes me want to kind of have each of these squares have a little kind of 3D presence to them. So I might suggest that to Maxine. So it's almost like they're these kind of tiles that pop out a little bit. You know, and if each of those use that, that's kind of interesting. Maybe. Again, it's like more kind of detail. It kind of might be distracting to have all that going on. At any rate, that part of it wouldn't be in the actual icon. That would be just a mess. So I'm just going to get rid of it here. I think for now I'll get rid of the highlighting. There we go. Okay. So it's back to where it was. It still feels like it's embossed in there. You know, maybe I did like the highlight edge. All right. Well, let's go with that. It does feel more 3D. It feels more like it's kind of plugged into this surface. So I'm just going to go with that. I'm just going to call it on that so I can move on. All right. Wouldn't it feel a bit too crowded if you fill all the squares like this? Yeah, that is exactly my concern, and that's why I've kind of like pushed and pulled things, and I think that I do need to play a little bit more kind of like cautious. Making sure there is enough bleed and that it's not too noisy is actually way more important than I'm giving it. If anything, I should probably like tone stuff down even more. Kind of like flattening the presence of kind of like high contrast is useful for kind of like toning stuff down. Because yeah, if the board is full, and eventually that is the intention, then yeah, it could just get a little overwhelming to look at. So I think you're right. I think that's something to definitely keep in mind, which is one of the reasons why I was like, you know, I don't want this icon taking up the whole space. If anything, maybe I need to make it even a little bit smaller. But again, like the actual kind of size can be dealt with dev side, but visually we get to kind of like look at what the possibilities are and try stuff, and that's my job, so I'm going to do that. So I'm happy with that icon right now. I'll leave it. I can move on. The glow, you know what, I'll just tackle that because that is an important element for this. So what I'm going to do is move this over top. Can I change the opacity? And I just want to scale this up to the same size. If I can manage. So I do want them to actually be the exact same size, so probably being kind of inefficient with this method. Like, it should probably be pixel perfect, you know, because if anything, I should make the glow directly on top of this. But I think when I actually go to do the final render at full size, that's when I'll make sure everything's lined up. So this is fine. Now, the challenge will be making the glow work properly. So knock that back, sitting on top. Okay. This I don't need anymore. That I do need. That's fine. That's where that is. I was wondering why when I selected this, it was like off to the side here. Okay, so now the challenge is this is using color dodge. So that's a special layer property, and if I export any transparency behind that and I export it as a PNG, it's gonna not know what to do with the color dodge stuff. So if this is sitting on top of a background in Photoshop with the color dodge, it does know what to do. When I export it without anything behind it, it's gonna lose the color dodge information and just kind of like turn it into a normal layer. So I'm basically gonna have to flatten all this and then just cut it out how I need. All right, well, I think I might just have to do it this way. Such a weird process that I'm doing. All right, let's just do that. Duplicate. I mean, honestly, I should probably just started with the stuff on the right and then, you know, modified the stuff on the left. Also, I shouldn't be doing it like this. I should have a copy of it to work from at minimum. All right. Let's stop being very messy with this. Start to do this a little more properly. Okay. So I am going to copy this layer to here. Scratch that. I am going to use this version over here instead. So they're both kind of in the exact same spot so that when I go to render the full version, I can blow it up and everything's kind of lined up already without me having to manually do that later. So I'm sure none of what I'm saying is making any sense. But hopefully merge that down. Hopefully stuff starts to work and make some sense eventually. Okay, so I'm going to make a selection of this, and I'm going to cut out that. So now we have the glowing version where the original one is, in the same dimensions. So now we have the glow, right? Hopefully that makes more sense now what I was going for. So we have the glow going on. And now I'm going to copy the background for it. So now we're working on just the glow version. And instead of it being that kind of like shaded variation, I'm going to go for kind of the glowing version of it. So I think what I could do is duplicate that. And so that feels a little bit more glow. I think it needs to be more blue. And again, like if I had the ability to use funky kind of like special layers for the output, I would be able to do this a lot easier. But can't. So I'm just going to fill this all in totally. I think maybe for the lighter side of this, I can kind of use a slightly brighter color. That'd be in shadow. So that might be okay. Alright, now if we knock that back, put it at like 38%, and then maybe, hello, Mush. Have a nice walk, buddy. Alright, now I'm going to put like even more glow behind it all. I need to go way more saturated. So basically the light is kind of almost blooming out, taking over the shadows and other stuff, so it should feel like it's glowing, hopefully. Again, I don't get to use the funky kind of layer tricks here, so it might not look as good as if I did. Yeah, that's overkill, but yeah, it's a bit overkill. It does have a bit of a glow, though, just a bit. So now I'm gonna just kind of erase away a bit, soften that down. And so basically what I'm trying to do is make it so that this will look like it's glowing on any backdrop color. And so I'm going to have to try out a bunch. I think it might have some issues on kind of lighter colors. So that is what I need to try out next. I'm working on icons for some floating islands mechanics. So we're working on a HUD where you get to kind of like activate certain special effects, and these icons represent those. And basically, I need to be able to kind of like cleanly show what the icons are and have them be in kind of like inactive and activated states. So hopefully that works. So that, scrapping that is fine. Okay, so that's like more inactive, and that's it activated. Oop, didn't mean to double click that. So hopefully that seems fair for it. Seems like it's working. I might actually like make the very edges of the gem part glow even more, or light up even more. I think that'll help the read. But first I'm going to check to see if the backdrop color works. So let me, because the glow might not work on certain kind of like brighter backdrop colors. That's what I worry about. So if it's super saturated, really bright. Yeah, because it's like almost like a dark blue that I had to use. So it's not terrible. It doesn't feel like a glow so much though, right? Because it's like a darker color. But that said, that might just mean that I need to kind of tweak what colors are possible in the island view. So in this version, see how I have that light yellow? So I'm going to actually grab this color. Why is it not grabbing my color? Why is it grabbing white? Sample all layers. Hello? That's certainly not white. Ah, there we go, that's why. Okay, I was in a clipping mask. Okay, so if I go here, and then that's the color that that block was in the previous view, which is where the activated color needs to work. Because when you get to kind of this version where it's like yellow backdrop, that's when it's like it's activated. So that doesn't quite work. That blue doesn't look like it's glowing on top of that. I'm worried about. I can probably mess with that later though. That seems more kind of like fine-tuning details for future Jacob. Right now I want to work on the iconography and actually like get through these icons before, you know, the end of the day and actually render them out. So I can mess with that stuff later. This is very nitpicky, weird stuff that you guys probably don't care so much about, so I'll stop fiddling with this. Okay. That said, I don't like how dark that edge is, so I'm just gonna take like this nice bright blue and just light up that edge. So I think this will help it read if like the sides of it are nice and kind of crisp, right? There's a nice clear definition of the edge. So that feels like it's glowing even more now to me. So I like that. That's good. Boom. Yeah, okay, that looks activated. It looks like it's glowing, at least on that backdrop color. And I'm content enough with that. I can make it work on any color in the future. I'll just have to kind of fiddle with it later on. And that could take a lot of just kind of little kind of tweaking that you don't need to see. All right, so I'm happy with that icon now. No glow, glow. No glow, glow. Move this here. That's the old one, new one, glow. Cool. All right. So this is the old one, the old glow here. What is that? I don't need that. Perfect. Okay. So this I can hide there, I guess. That old file as well. All right. So that's one icon down-ish. So the next one, I can probably skip these ones. I feel like they're probably relatively close enough. I just need to kind of scale it up, get the glow working like this, and then, you know, the cheese one I think is fine. This one, I'm not sure if it's super clear. It's supposed to be like ore, sky ore. I think when you're in the HUD and you have that as a HUD element, when you're familiar with hunting for it on an island, you'll be able to recognize it. The color should help. The like shape language should help. So I think it should be okay enough. I might change the final kind of like silhouette of it, so maybe it looks exactly like what the rendered HUD version looks like. But I don't think I need to worry about that right now so much. The pirate one, I think we want to try out the skull and crossbones, and we can do that after we've done the other ones. Because I just want to make sure I get through the other ones first, but there isn't a ton. So the treasure one's the one I'm working on right now. Again, we're tossing out the circle motif. It's gone. So now we just have icon. And so this is for kind of like, almost like a treasury run in the Minotaur layer, only it's more beneficial. It doesn't kind of like cut into your progress and make you kind of like skip making progress. It actually gets you more. So it's not like, you know, a side quest. It's like, cool, like I love finding these. They make a run even better. So I think the key works. I think it's not a terrible idea. But there was also kind of the potential of doing kind of like a treasure chest. But I'm just kind of worried that, oh, maybe that feels a little too like treasure map style. Does that say loot enough? Probably, but another thing is just like ×2, but like, I don't know, I want it to be visual in case we change what the value is that would mess with it. So if it's not like, oh, you double your loot, you know, if that changes, then this no longer works, right? And I can't kind of make that super modular. So key might be the way to go. I don't know if that key is right for it, but it might work. Give the key more of a MouseHunt feel. Looks too generic. Good old-fashioned key just doesn't say MouseHunt. So like what you're saying is add some mouse ears to it and like a little mouse face. Just make it a mouse face. That's what I heard. Does that work? I mean, that kind of works. It's potentially a fine detail, but you know, that's not bad. Plus, I think I'll scale it up just a... Okay. Get out of here. There we go. So I want it to be relatively the same size. Doesn't need to be like the exact same size, but I want it to be the same presence. You know, maybe I'll squash it out just a bit. Maybe. Because I want it to fill the same dimension. A Mickey. Maybe a mouse skull a la the gravestones. Yeah, it's kind of cute, huh? And again, this is like something that I want to make out of like crystal, out of like a single tone or a single color. So, you know, because it's a lot of like fine little details, actually it might work. It might work. Because like for the cheese, for example, you know, it's kind of like one, if I took out all the angles and definition, it would just be like this big flat kind of blob. But because I kind of added in these angles and planes, then I can read those details. So I think I could do the same thing, where the face is just filled in, but based on the angles and stuff, it kind of like has enough dimension to kind of read a little bit more. Move this over a little. I kind of squished it down. Some of the dimensions got a little funky. I like how like people are like, nah, this is too generic a key. Even though like, when's the last time you've seen a skeleton key? You know, like they're always so like cool and funky and fancy looking to me. Like if it was just like a plain old kind of like, you know, yep, that's a house key kind of. I mean, that's a bad looking one, but this is a generic key to me. You know, just lock that in. Although I guess it's also maybe not the most kind of iconic. Cyclops mouse. This just makes me think of Kingdom Hearts, where Riku has like a tractor key versus everyone else has a cool looking thing. He's got like a weird, like, I don't know, sports van key or something like that. His keyblade. Anyways, the host key for a not so great island. I like it. You have a box of skeleton keys? That's cool. I have a friend that like collects keys. You know, like all of his like knickknacks on the walls and stuff are like key motifs and stuff like that. It's a nice aesthetic. Alright. Maybe the loop just ends in a mouse head? It could. Could try that. Let me duplicate this. Makes it easier to kind of go back to where it was in case we prefer that. So let's just erase that and grab that and blow it up. Need to be careful about the silhouette. Can't have it be too familiar. Thank you, Q. It's just a lot of kind of practice, I suppose. You know, the more you draw something, the quicker it is to kind of represent it. You develop kind of like some shorthands and muscle memory to being able to kind of like create shapes, kind of convey ideas. So I don't know about that. It kind of loses the key quality to me. Again, like, do we want a key? Does that read the best for extra loot? You know, like, would kind of some kind of satchel work? I don't know. But again, like, because we're kind of creating these gemstone kind of icons out of them, it's also, you know, what would be clean and easy to kind of render in this style that like looks good. You know, that's a whole other challenge. Also, I want to kind of fill the space appropriately, so. Yeah. Yeah, first key. Yeah. Yeah, the head on the loop I think is better. I think everyone or most people kind of feel similar about it. Yeah. Yeah. Nothing quite says loot like a sack of $signs. It's true. That does say loot. Leprechaun? The leprechaun actually has a pot of gold. It's got kind of like something. I don't know. It's kind of more like that. The rainbow. I don't think you'll be catching any leprechauns on these islands. Although I should add a rainbow somewhere. All right. Oh yeah, does it have the satchel and the gold pot? Okay. Yeah, you might be right. I wouldn't know. I haven't caught one. Although I'm sure that's the case for most people, to be honest. I've actually only encountered 2 of them in the entire time that I've played the game, which is literally since day 1. So. Mm-hmm. Only took 9 years for you to catch yours. As are me. How about a pile of gold that is pretty precious and somewhat shiny as well? Yeah. Although I guess one of the things about kind of like the gold kind of like idea, I mean, it might be hard to convey like this sand pile is gold specifically, especially since I am rendering it as kind of like this, you know, like it's going to look a lot like that. So you know what, that would actually be a bit risky. Like the silhouette would be different, but like it would end up looking so similar to this that I feel like people would probably get confused. They'd be like, oh, I thought that I selected this option, you know, the or whatever, whereas a key, it's like, oh, that's unmistakable. You know, I'm not going to mix these 2 up, right? So as good as like a pile of like gold could work, although I guess it's also more like the loot that the mice drop as opposed to like gold specifically that's dropped. It's more like if mice are dropping these gems, for example, if you have this key or the treasure mode activated, now they drop more of these gems and more of this ore, more of this cheese. So it's less about the gold than like the Minotaur treasury run, for example, is like, whoa, you got a lot of gold. But this is different. It's less about the gold drop. I don't even know if it adds more gold to the mice. It might not. So it's more specifically the loot, these items that get dropped. So I think I'll not do the gold one. There's just too many things that might kind of like make that a challenge. Obviously, being too similar to this is one reason alone. But I think the key is good. Let's just go for the key. I think enough people are kind of like able to understand it. And before I even told you what this icon was about, people were talking about what it could represent and the specific idea of there being kind of like special loot that you unlock from it came up, and so that's basically perfect. So I think it does speak well enough. So I'm going to use this. Just kind of cleaning up the silhouette because I can use this exact layer. So if I duplicate this and hide that, then all we need to do is pick a color. And I do think that kind of like a gold is useful. So if I, hello computer. I do that. Something cool color to contrast the warm. Leprechaun does not drop anything on account of it does not exist. I like it. Alright, so I could try starting with an outline. Just to kind of like make that a bit faster. I'll go with 7 pixels wide. Erase this. There we go. There's just a little artifact. And then if I flatten this, now it's just its own standalone layer, and it's a little crunchy at the edges, so I am going to clean that up. But first, I'm just going to make that just a flat, kind of black, opaque, and then drop its opacity down to 38% to match the other icon. So that one right here. So now they're both kind of acting in the same fashion. So there's this kind of like embossed kind of edge, this relief cut, and that's doing the same thing over here for the key. Now I'm just going to clean up some of the edges of it. And again, we can do the same thing where we kind of lighten the surfaces that are facing kind of up and to the right, because that's kind of where our light source is for this HUD. And that way it'll kind of like feel even more 3D. It'll feel like it's kind of inset a bit. So like this here would lighten up, this here, that edge, top of the eye. Actually, the eyes I'm going to have as the same gem color. And they're just going to be kind of like socketed in or something like that. So this edge, bottom of this, maybe a little on the top side of that too. Okay. So that should be pretty all right. Okay, I got all those angles right. And then I'll actually do it as a layer on top. I'm adding just a little bit of kind of white to that lip right here, to this edge. Normally when I'm doing kind of like a highlight like that, I wouldn't use just pure white and pure black. But the way that I'm kind of making these overlay onto an unknown backdrop color, it'll just work on any color is the thing. So it would end up with a slightly muddier kind of color because I'm not adding the right kind of atmosphere and local color mixing into a specific kind of value. But for just adding highlight and shadow, it does actually work. So now there's this kind of relief 3D kind of like cutout section that this key is now sitting inside of. So that is good. And then for the key itself, which is this layer, nope. Yeah, it is that layer. Okay. So it should be this layer. For the key itself, let's do that so I know where the eyes are at least. I don't want it to be the same color as the gems, or sorry, the ore, but I do want it to be kind of that golden kind of color. I guess it doesn't need to be gold, but it would seem right if it was. Although maybe it's like kind of light cloud, kind of bright, billowy kind of colors. Kind of got purples and pinks and yellows for the clouds. Like that's one of the other things is I want there to be kind of like a color for each of the different icons. I suppose I should give you a list of all the icons that I'm going to create. So there's crystal, which I've done. It's the very first one we were looking at. Ore, which is, it's close enough. I might change the color if I need the key to kind of go into that golden range. Maybe I'll tweak it. I need to get rid of the circular border on anyways. The cheese, I'm pretty content with this. Once I blow it up and cut out the circle stuff properly, it'll basically be good to go, I think. The treasure one we're working on, and then the pirate one, I think this is fine, but we can try another one if you guys prefer. And then there's kind of like a thing for the wardens, and there might be up to 4 of them. And then there's boss one, which I don't even know what to do for that because it's based off of kind of like some loot stuff that happens, and we haven't defined what those are, so that I probably won't actually work on today. So my goal today, so it's not too bad. My goal today is to finish the treasure one. I think that's pretty easy. We're already kind of getting well on our way. I think we're happy with the design. The Warden one, I did kind of like start something. I'm scrapping it though, so I'm just gonna start that one over. But basically, that's what we need to figure out today. Is kind of maybe refining the rest of these and figure out the Warden one. The boss one, I think, is gonna be a little bit based off of what happens with the Wardens. And another thing about the Warden is there's 4, but I think iconography, they're all going to be very similar. Like they need to read as the same thing, but there will be a slight variation on each of the 4. So it will be mainly coming up with one icon for it, and then just kind of slight alterations. And we talked about the Wardens, I think on the last stream I did, where there was kind of like the Warden of Wind and the Warden of Fog and the Warden of Frost, those ideas. We haven't locked down still because we haven't actually started rendering those characters and implementing them into the game, so I don't know what they're called yet, but I'm pretty happy with the Wind, Fog, and Frost. I still don't know what the 4th one is totally yet. There was definitely lots of good ideas though, so I think we can kind of like look back at what we've come up with together. But basically, this icon is representing one of each of those. But I need the icon at a glance to say this is a Warden. So I'll have to figure out what that shape is, and then maybe there will be kind of like a different squiggle for each. The color should be the same for each though. So like, let's say like vibrant purple, that's the Wardens, or like dark, kind of something, you know, onyx, Although I guess that won't glow as easily, so I don't know. But yeah, so not too many more icons we have to actually figure out. So let's finish up the treasure one. We're coming up on lunch, so I'm actually going to render this out relatively quickly, get it to some kind of state, and then I'm going to take lunch maybe at 1:30 actually. And I'll do that for an hour, and then we'll come back and we'll crack on with this, and I think we'll be able to wrap up everything we need to today. So that's not too bad. That's not too bad. So the key, the treasure, oh yeah, the masks. That's actually not a bad idea, giving them masks. Never even really kind of thought of it on that angle. We were talking about like giving them like sigils and stuff, because the Wardens, we wanted them to be like a force of nature. They're the characters that when you're traveling through the islands and trying to go after the bosses, they kind of like prevent you from reaching the bosses. And you're flying around and you're kind of like dirigible type ship, whatever it is. And so they prevent you from traversing into kind of the boss zone. So if they're like powerful weather, that kind of makes sense as to why they prevent you and you have to defeat them. So that's kind of the idea that I'm going with right now. And right now I'm really kind of using a lot of the same colors as the ore, but it kind of makes sense because these are a little more on the gold side of things. So I'm actually going to try maybe shifting. I think if I go more yellow, that might be good. And then the ore I can kind of bring a little more red, a little more orange, and the key can kind of like maybe even go a little green, and that might work. So they should still feel pretty different color-wise. So it's like orange, that's kind of yellow. That's different enough. I think I'll actually shrink the key down a little bit. I think it could just be a tiny bit smaller because it's like long, it kind of, you know. Yeah, that's okay. So the area on the map itself, I have an idea of where we're going to put it. I've actually wanted to put this specific area in the map since before Machu Picchu, and I actually designed that part of, like, when I created the Machu Picchu on the map, I actually illustrated this area, at least part of it, in the map. But hid that layer, and it's just been sitting in my base file for the map since then, and you know, it's just a layer that's been hidden this whole time. So yeah, I've been waiting. But yeah, that might have given you a bit of a hint as to kind of like the location that this could end up in. Not directly in Machu Picchu, but attached. So I don't know, maybe going a little bit green could be good. Maybe the shadows I could go a bit more green. So for like the kind of gem stuff, I like to kind of have the area where the light is hitting the surface go dark, and then have like a bright specular like directly on top. So basically the light is bouncing off of the surface, and it's it's losing the light by reflecting off and being shiny. But then the inside of it, on the back side, where normally like a opaque surface would be in shadow, the light is traveling through the object and hitting the backside and reflecting off of the inside back to you, and just like refining its light so it gets more and more saturated. So basically the lighting is opposite kind of how I like to render gems, where like if the light is coming in on this angle, this side down here of the sphere is actually where it's glowing with light, and it's like really bright and saturated, and then the area where the light is hitting is the darkest. And that is kind of what you can see here. And that kind of like creates a really like juicy, shiny, glossy kind of look to a surface. It looks like the light is entering the object and bouncing out of it. So that's just kind of what I'm going for here. So I'm going to go quite a bit darker, I think. Because the darker it is, the more kind of shiny it is, in a sense. It's almost like the shadow being cast by the walls, the relief. But because it's this translucent object, it's just kind of, you know, the light is just kind of bleeding around and bouncing around. Okay, and then get nice and saturated on the bottom side where the light is kind of hitting the bottom surface and then bouncing back at us. And now it's kind of passed through the full object, and a lot of the spectrum has been absorbed. So the only stuff that's reflecting out is this super saturated color of the object. So now this is kind of like a layer on top of the surface where the shine is happening, where the light is reflecting off, and this is the light that doesn't enter the object but instead just bounces off into our eyes. So we get these kind of specular highlights. And because it's on that dark surface, it looks really juicy and bright and shiny. Actually, because of these colors, it looks like a gummy worm. Delicious keys. Only on Floating Island. Hey, if these icons make you want to eat them, I'd say mission complete. Although it's probably not the most appealing color. Maybe I went a little bit heavy on the highlights up there. Yeah, Gummy Island. Boom. So yeah, that looks like a juicy gummy key set in some weird slab. So I guess that's good. I think when I give it the glow, that can help us choose the color, because the base color that I'm doing when it's like inactive can be like a really toned down version of the real color that I want it to kind of exude. But like when it's activated, that's when it can be kind of like, oh, that vibrant kind of like yellow, if that's what we want. Again, we can also just slide the colors around and see what we like. Because yeah, like if it was this fiery orange, I feel like that would look really good. Maybe we just change the glow of the ore. Maybe that'll do enough. I guess we'll see. Gummy cheese, gummy mouse, gummy key. So this is the Gummy key. That's how you get good loot. Get your Gummy key. Alright, I don't know what this layer is. Nothing. Alright, so I'll duplicate this, and now I can do the glow on top of this. And I think I'll actually just leave the previous group active. So you can see that the outline here is quite a bit darker. It's because it's doubled that layer. So, you know, normally it's like one of the layers and it has, you know, it's actually like a dark black layer, but because it has a lower opacity, it's not as heavy, but when you stack two of them, then they add together. So now that's why that's quite a bit more kind of punchy. But instead of it having that kind of dark shadow glow, I'm going to actually have it lit up. So one of the first things I'll do is make the actual key glow. So if I'm going for this kind of yellow, just kind of make that kind of blast out. And I want those eyes to still be visible, so I'm going to make sure that there's still a little bit of definition to them. It might get kind of like overshadowed with enough light kind of pouring out of this object, but I think that's enough to make those eyes still visible. They look relatively in the same place, so that's fine. And this looks kind of funky because it doesn't have a glow behind it. So what I'm going to do is actually go for more of a warm kind of glow. That's okay. I'm adding a layer in between though. That's going to be kind of important for this. So let's see, occlusion brush. Boom. So now we got this kind of like actual feeling of like light pouring out. You know, there's this kind of brilliance kind of coming off of it. And then again, something that I had to do on the old version is just kind of really make that edge read strong. So just kind of getting rid of that dark shadow and just kind of really kind of making that edge pop. I think we can leave some of these little variants of kind of shadow in it. It just kind of adds a little bit of interest. Although I think instead of it being just like a dark color, I think I'll have it be more saturated. But yeah, boom, this like is now glowing. You know, that is a golden key that is being activated. No question about that. Yeah, radioactive Gummy key, eat it. Gives you powers. So that isn't terrible. That's actually kind of a nice color there, that orange. Do I just kind of tone that down? Does that do enough? It does quite a bit. Tone this back a bit. Alright. Knock this back. Now the question is, how does this look on like slightly different backdrops? That actually works on a bright. Yeah. Because the yellow is like so bright, it makes it kind of look like it'll glow on any surface really. But zoomed out, I mean, that is clear. That is lit up, that's activated, it's a key. So I think it's accomplished. I might tune it. Like, I'm not 100% on the color. I think the edge could look a little bit better. Like that relief in the glowing version could look a little more kind of interesting. I think getting more warmth into that would be good. So I think I'll raise up the opacity and bring, instead of just kind of a yellow, I think I'll bring a bit of an orange to it. So I also need to do that. I should have used a clipping mask to kind of tweak the shadow, or to tweak how intense this relief kind of shadowing was. And I'll do that on future icons now that I've kind of thought of it. Is that highlight? Is it in this layer? Oh, it's in the previous. Right. Okay, that makes sense. And pop that down a bit. This is a bit much as well. And again, maybe I just need to pull it in a bit. Like, I like how bright and how kind of intense the color is closer to the key. All right. Well, that certainly is an activated key. I don't think that anyone could argue with that. Actually, I will leave this highlight on. It actually does work. Yeah, that works. All right, so boom, boom. The eyes are kind of funky. I'll add just a little bit of roundness to the bottom of the eye, just so it doesn't pop so dramatically. Yeah, it's fine. People aren't going to be turning this on and off. It'll be in this state and then boom, that state. Although I think I am going to tone down the unactivated key a bit. It still is quite bright, and I want it to feel like it's kind of just like powered off, almost, I guess you could say. So I think I will use more like that. Although it is kind of a little orange, it feels a little closer to the ore. It still has the yellow quality to it. And I think it's like really saturated, right? See how far to the right this is? It means that it's very saturated colors. And I think overall I just want to like take the saturation down significantly. So what I might do is grab like a gray and then change my brush mode to saturation. Actually, no. I can just use a regular brush and then change this layer. Oh, never mind. Do another layer and do that. Change this to saturation. I have gray selected. So basically it's just going to pull the saturation out of this significantly. So that feels a lot more kind of like, oh, it's not really kind of like active, it's very dull. It should still kind of look interesting and, you know, like, oh, I want to utilize that, but I'll just add just a flash of color into the middle of it, so like just the ambient light is just hitting it to get just a little bit of life to it. Yeah, I just want it to feel like it's not active, and then boom, activated. So that feels very obvious to me, right? Just sitting dormant, activated. And then for the comparison's sake, let's see. There's inactive and active. I think that the inactive gem could actually be knocked down a little more. So I'm actually going to duplicate that and try the same thing. So I'm going to create a layer, it's clipped, and then just grab some gray, desaturated, and just kind of take a little pass of that. I still want there to be the color like suggestions on this. So like down here I'll have a little bit of the blue still, so that when you're looking at the board you're still like, yeah, that's blue, that's the crystal blue, that's the yellow key, that's the orange, or that's the like purple pink cheese. So I still want there to be enough color that you notice it and you see it, but then boom, when it activates it just like looks totally different and it like pops. So I think we're getting that. There's a lot of unused layers, huh? Yeah, I'm pretty happy with all this, so I'm just gonna scrap those layers so that there's key blue and key. Boom. Okay. That seems like it works. Yeah, I want it to look like a stale, nasty gummy. Maybe I should take off some of the glow and like scatter it a bit so it looks less juicy and a little more dried out. Yeah, curious about the 4 Wardens? Fair enough, me too. But that is exactly what we're going to work on next. Okay, I hit a hotkey and I was worried I just deleted a whole group. Alright, so let's go up here and strike out treasure. Yeah. It's too big because I like outlined it. There we go. Alright, so now we're working on the Warden set, and there's going to be 4, but they're going to use basically the same icon, but it'll have like slightly variant, maybe like maybe the base of the icon will be one shape and color, and then like there could be like a thing set in that changes color, because compared to the other icons, it represents almost like a special importance on the board. So when you're going after ore, let's say, that's important. You know, you need ore for upgrading certain things, so you need to go after it. Treasure keys will help you do that better. Pirates have their own kind of special stuff, but the Wardens are a part of the game progression. So it's important to go after them, and when you like get them, you kind of like change the board and like make it kind of like you knock that character out. So they actually get removed from the board, at least kind of right now. So they're kind of important to go after. They're special kind of mechanic. And when you like start fresh, you see 4 of them. All 4 wardens exist on the board, and you have to kind of hunt down and take out each of them. So they're pretty important. So I think having them kind of stand out a little bit is going to be useful. And then the bosses work in a similar way. They're not quite the same, but they have similar significance. So I think they'll also kind of like be represented in a more important fashion. So I'm wondering if I want to kind of like make their block look different, like pop out more, be more impactful, stand out in special ways, stuff like that. So definitely stuff we can experiment with. I also have a message on at work, so I need to make sure I'm not missing important things. Oh, nice. Michelle gave me a Larry link for you. I'll share that after lunch. It's a good one. Oh man, sweet. 3 sandblasted metal? Thanks, Michelle. Let's see. Ooh. Ooh, okay, cool. Awesome. All right, I'm gonna download this. So Maxine did some updates on that sketch HUD that I showed you guys, which means that I can plug this in behind the icons, and that'll give us a better representation of what it's going to look like in the end. So that is very good. Let me see. Slack changed where the download stuff is, and you can't just like click a button to find it on your desktop, so you can easily move it to the folders you need it at. So that's kind of annoying. Where did that download to? Ew. Oh, there's another message. View all downloads. Open file. Alright, so copy to here and paste and move this. Awesome. Pop this behind everything. So this is kind of like the direction that Maxine is taking this in. So it's quite a bit lighter, but that's okay, because that'll actually make it a little easier, I think, to do the other HUD. Because, for example, I'm trying to line this up relatively evenly. If you remember the other HUD, it had like a really bright yellow background, and so it was going to be a little bit challenging to make let's say like the dark blue kind of glow work in enough kind of different backdrops. So we're close to making that fit. Oh no. These don't look square. Something is not working. Yeah, I don't think those are perfectly square. That might not be the end of the world, but I think it's probably something we need to do. Well, this will let me set the colors at least properly, and I'll get her to tweak it so that those are perfectly square. So, boom, that's kind of like, yeah, it's a little more like sandstone color, which is kind of nice. But yeah, so that is gonna, I mean, that's good to have, because that definitely changes some looks of things. So, where are we on here? So we have the treasure. Yeah. And that's another thing is like, because I just used the black for the emboss detail, it looks so muddy and gross. But that's a challenge, right? Because to use a specific color that would look good on that means that it will look really weird on a different color background. So we might need to mess with the grid color a bit more. Okay, so I think that's going to be tweaked a little bit. I made some suggestions really quick. All right, so yeah, the hook icon, we can definitely try out the skull and crossbones. I think that would probably be stronger for pirates. All right. Yeah, that definitely messed with the key. Let's see how the unactivated crystal looks now. Again, I think because it's a more neutral color, it like the like multiplying black on that just kind of like, it doesn't have nearly as much color to kind of like darken, so it just looks more muddy. That said, it is possible that I might just bring that value up, or like make that more intense, and that could work. So let's see how it works with the key. Maybe if I put that to like, it's way too dark. Yeah, I think like I do need to tweak it quite a bit now, but that's fine. Like once that's done, then that should work for most other things. And again, like I think in terms of kind of the other for here, I feel like with it being made on a lighter backdrop, it'll actually benefit us in the end. So it should read even better on this view. So I think that's definitely a good direction to go in. Yeah, I might just have some color in the shadow and just have to find one that works really well. So I might not be able to just add color like that. So if I like have some warmth in the shadow, like that feels a little better. I think a big part of it also is the key itself used to be more light on dark, and now it's just light on light. So if I like strip out the color itself, it like really starts to blend into the backdrop. So if anything, maybe what I need to do is just darken the key quite a bit more. And that might really change things. So, yeah, not quite. I'll put this back to 38% and so the glow still works. I'm fine with the glow. That's good. Yeah, I think it just needs a lot more definition at the edges. It needs to be a lot darker there. So that's not too bad. Add a new layer, and I'm going to just kind of almost like outline. See, I actually think that it going darker overall is fine. This color, I'm gonna drop there. It looks like root beer. That's odd. I actually want the shadow around it to, like the embossed area, to actually go quite a bit darker. So let's try this, where it's like occluded down here. And I think this will ultimately kind of work best. So we're kind of losing a bit of that embossed look. But it's not the end of the world. Partially because to kind of create the shadow that would be appropriate for the sandstone color, I'd need to kind of like use a more saturated color, I think. But this is at least defining the key a little better. So I can read a bit. So now that at least reads a bit better, so I can see what this is. And then I think I'll actually take out some of the highlight. I think it's a little bright feeling now. So if I knock that back, it still keeps a bit of the juiciness, but then I do also still want to, I think, darken this a bit more, just because, I don't know, it's so bright, like the kind of color around it is so bright, I want to kind of pull it back quite a bit. So just I'm definitely adding more saturation, but that actually feels nicer because it's just such a neutral gray backdrop. It was like a lot richer color before. So I think it needs this contrast now. Plus, I mean, when it's lit, it's just a whole different object anyway, so I'm not too worried about it feeling lit right now. Alright, so yeah, I'm going to add more saturation. I think that's helping. Let's do a layer on top of all this. It's probably a bit too saturated. I can always pull it back. It's a good idea to kind of overdo it and then pull it back, so you can figure out how far it should go in the first place. So that's without it, and then that's with as much as it can get, and somewhere in between. That seems okay. Yeah, I don't know, I'm just not as... I think it's honestly the shadow on the outside, and that's tough. That's a bit difficult. Because I can't use just kind of special layer properties to make it work on every color. Alright, so I think one of the things I'm going to have to do in the end is like maybe tweak this backdrop color, maybe go for something a little bit more colorful so it's easier to work with, but I do need to know what the final backdrop colors of this are, and I think I can base this off of this so that it'll work on both of those pretty well. And then the main thing that I will need to figure out is, okay, does it work well on this kind of red version? And is this yellow, is this kind of sand yellow the activated version? And maybe this is the unactivated, and that could work. That might be enough. Or I could darken this just a little bit more so the inactive one here, this middle one here, is neutral enough. Okay. So we might be able to do it with just these three. Oh, but then, okay. So another thing is this whole board here, depending on what mode you're in, so like if you're boss hunting, I guess you could say, this board will change color completely, and that's now what I'm worried about, is like when this goes drastically different, that's gonna be pretty significantly different. But I think as long as it goes darker and more saturated, we're fine. You know what? It's time for lunch. I need to kind of like have a little step back from this. I think it would be good if Maxine sees my message and does like little tweaks so that we can kind of update this backdrop a bit. And that'll probably be a good place to go onto the Warden. So we're going to go on lunch. When I return from lunch, I'm going to give out the Larry link, so stick around. I'll also put up a timer so you guys know when I'm coming back, and we'll crack at it. We'll probably play with the backdrop just a bit, not much, but I do want these icons to sit as best as they can while not interfering with the rest of the HUD. So I might bounce stuff back and forth with Maxine for that. But I'm going to finish my breakfast and make another coffee. So I'll see you guys in 1 hour. I'm going to put up my timer so you guys know when I'll be back. And I'll see you then. So, you know, also saving. Saving is important. Doing it. Done it. Saved. All right. I'm going to move this up. There we go. Save again. Awesome. All right, so here comes my timer. 1 hour. It begins. All right. See you in an hour. Hello, welcome back. Welcome back. Sorry about that. Just realized the time. Alright. Let me actually get my files up. That's not the one I want. Accidentally, like, did that thing where you hide your, or you, like, open an alternate desktop. That's fun. So I gotta, like, drag everything back in here. Let's see. Alright. Where did my chat? There we are. Hello, chat. I would never. It's entirely likely that I would do something like that. Alright, so fix all my windows. Alright. So Maxine did a couple of tweaks. You can probably see that I imported a newer backdrop. So this is kind of like a darker, richer color. Ooh, hey, that's cool. Alright, thank you, Maxine. Let me grab that. Awesome. Okay. So just chatting with Maxine about the tweaks. I think this might be good. I think this is working. Okay. All right, awesome. So let me get that Larry link for everybody, since I said I would. Copy link. Paste. I might not be able to paste in here because I am not logged into the correct account. So it like says that I posted it, but it might not have actually posted it, because that's how it works sometimes. Let me change my account. Yeah, I was in such a rush I actually forgot to use the correct one. And chat. And over here. And paste. There we go. Ah! Did you write that out? Or maybe since you have mod abilities, you were able to see the post and just copy it from there. All right. Yeah, just looking at the screen. Nice. Nice. Thank you. All right. So a little Larry link for everybody there. So yeah, Maxine tweaked the backdrop color. And I think that'll make the embossed kind of icon element better, much easier to work with. As well, she included kind of the highlight variant on it, which I think is useful because the way that I could see it working is all the icons in this view, they start out, actually pull up the full sketch. So basically start out kind of looking like this, and then when you select one, it kind of goes into that highlight mode, right? So this is it highlighted. And basically what we could do is when things are highlighted, or when a row is lit like that, all the icons in that are now kind of, boom, they're glowing. So those are kind of able to sit on that brighter backdrop without this weird kind of grainy, not grainy, but just muddy looking kind of palette. So like, see how the embossed shadow element looks really muddy on that color, whereas on this kind of richer, kind of deeper, darker backdrop, that just looks more like proper shadow. So that is definitely much easier to work with. So let's have them side by side so we can kind of compare. So, you know, now that makes more sense to me. Those icons read well on those backdrops, so I think that's effective. It certainly makes the icons pop out how I want them to. It's not like too intense. And then the actual kind of backdrop here, it's fairly dark, but at the same time we're wanting to draw the eye to the icons, you know, so that's okay. And so in terms of contrast, these icons, the power types at the sides, they're kind of the important thing to interact with. And their contrast is the highest, so that's actually useful there. And then when you look at the icons, those should kind of stand out relatively effectively on that, because then they'd be kind of more like, oh, here's like a crystal here, and maybe a crystal here. So like, that's pretty decent, I think. And then of course when you highlight it, you know, the whole thing lights up, but then the crystal is now even brighter. So that read is good to me, I think. And then even further with that, when we get into not that view, this view, let me actually pull up a separate window for it. When we get into this view, now it'll be even easier for me to set these up, because the inactive tile can basically use, just copy that to here. Let's put it here. So now There we go. So now the inactive can be kind of like darker here, you know, so it feels like it's not activated, right? And that's using the same backdrop color as the selection area. And then the activated is definitely a lot brighter. It's a lot, you know, more punchy. And then all the glowing on top of that works pretty effectively because it's not so bright that it just has to wash out completely. It's still dark enough that it sits in the overall HUD. It is a light on dark and it pops nicely. But it still has enough range that the glow can sit on top of that effectively. And then the inactive and the locked out can be like the same value, so they can both be pretty dark, but then, you know, the locked out can kind of go shift red, and the icon itself can kind of like drain of all kind of like color, and so there might be 3 states for each icon, which is fine. And then basically 1, 2, 3 backdrop colors, but each one has their own kind of like variant of the icon. So I think we're good. I think that that actually solves all the kind of difficulty I was facing with it. If anything, we could lighten up that backdrop just a little, but like keep relatively similar saturation. And I think that'll be basically perfect for making the icons all sit nicely. I think it's just a case of what will work well for this, because you know you want a light, a medium, and a dark kind of value across a piece. So let's see how much lighter could we go with this without it kind of interfering. Like, I don't think we want it to go. Let's go luminosity. Right, so maybe just lighten. Just use normal maybe. I'll use lighten. Okay, so basically maybe the same value works, because then the most important stuff are these icons, and they're super high contrast, draw your eye to them. By the way, that's just a placeholder down there in the bottom left. So that's a possibility if we don't need to go quite as dark. But this feels more inset. It's like inside this frame with it being that dark. And then the icons sitting in that, they pop out a little bit more maybe. So, you know, we'll play around. We'll see what's perfect, and we can push and pull to kind of get there. I could try something really quick. Just save this first. So I don't do this a lot, but it's something I could try. Hopefully it doesn't mess up Photoshop because it's being a little funky. So save that, save my file here, and then if I go to this one, nope, if I go to this one and place linked, and then pull in where is the file? Where's this saved? Oh, why is it saved there? That's bad. Bad, Jacob. saving it in the completely wrong folder. There's, we'll call it that now, so that makes more sense. Okay, sorry. It's been an all over the place kind of work day. Okay, so place linked, modifiers. And I'm gonna have to shrink this down. Oh no, I'm gonna have to blow it up. Okay, so that's just kind of to get a quick example of what this could look like. But basically, anytime I make a change and save the working file, it'll update in this view. So I'm actually going to have this view open on my other monitor so I can kind of constantly assess what those changes look like. So it's a handy way to work. It'll be easier for me to see it in its full context without having to make this file extra huge. So I'll leave this here so that we can kind of pull it up for ourselves. But there it is. It's like, where'd that file go? All right. Oh, hi, Dave. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm kind of, mixing and matching some stuff that we've put together to make sure all the icons I'm working on sit inside it nicely. So, yeah, it's starting to come together, I think, pretty effectively. Let me actually pull the crystal over so I can see how it looks with the glow. Is that not showing up? Oh, right. Photoshop is just being good and slow today. Awesome. All right. So there's the glow. Whoa. I need to do something with my computer. Yeah. So that's what I was seeing before with the lighter backdrop, is that blue is like too dark, too kind of saturated for that. So this is good, because now I can tweak it to where it needs to be, now that we have these kind of backdrop examples to work off of. So that is this one right here. So if I lock transparency on that, and then I grab the color it is, and just kind of bring it, I still want it to be like really blue, really saturated, but because it's on such a bright kind of yellow, I think we need to kind of bring it a little more green. So that's closer. I think it could go a bit deeper. All right. And then I think the edge of this can be tweaked as well. Which is this. So I think we can go like to that brightness. Yeah, there we go. So now it like really pops nicely. Because I still want that crisp kind of, the outline, the silhouette is still strong. And since the glow got brighter, I think the definition of that edge needs to be brighter. So now that to me feels like it's glowing a lot more effectively. I think we could even, let's see, I'll grab this and then grab the occlusion brush, shrink that down, and just kind of bring a little bit more of it into those shadows, just so that they aren't too dark. There we go. Okay, so now that sits much nicer on that lighter backdrop. Feels a little bit more like it's glowing on that. And now when we compare kind of the inactive with the active, I feel like that definitely is a lot stronger. It reads better to me. So all right. So, time to work on the Warden icons. That should be interesting because the language there is a little bit undefined. I did some mock-ups of the island, and kind of like each of these kind of like modifier type things has kind of like its own icon. Obviously, we're working on those, but that's also visually represented potentially. It's not confirmed that that's exactly how we're doing it, but the idea is that it could be visually shown on the island itself. And so for the Wardens, I was kind of thinking of this almost like rock shrine with like these glowing sigils kind of wrapping around it. And if there's the 4 different Wardens, then there could be 4 variants of that, where it's basically the same looking shrine type thing, but then the runes carved into it could look different. So they could still be unique. You could identify them if you need to, and then at a glance you'll know, okay, that's a Warden modifier thing. So right now it's just going to be trying to kind of create that language. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move these cheese icons, which obviously we still need to tweak. So we're going to kind of take the disk portion out of it, like we did with the gem and the key. But that won't be too hard because when I created these, I actually changed my system a little bit so that, never mind, I take it back. It was the other icons that I did that, where basically the cheese was cut out from the disk a little bit more effectively, but I didn't do it on this icon, so never mind. Scratch what I was saying. All right, you know, I'm gonna move the ore as well. So I want to use these 2 blocks, or these 4 blocks, to develop new icons on, just so that it's consistent with these. So I have the inactive state and the active state. So Warden, I need to like clean up my file. With this file specifically, because I've done so much experimenting, I think I've drawn at least like 40 different variations of icons and try to come up with ideas for them. And you know, I think there's 8 different types of icons that we need, but like trying to get the language to look right was a bit challenging. All right, so I'm going to do new groups for these and new layers within. So this will be Warden. And thank you, Dave. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, this is what set me on this path. When I like got that gem kind of like juicy and delicious looking like that, and the way it glued, the way it glowed just kind of made me quite happy with that direction. So because there's like potentially 7 different backdrops that these could be on, that was like another thing that made this really kind of difficult to figure out. But I was working with Maxine over lunch break to kind of tweak the background color, and now I think we're in the right area for all of this to come together perfectly. So finally, it's happening. Yeah. My goal is to make you want to eat these icons. That's the intention. You know, have a good gummy key, some candy floss maybe, good hard candy gems. It's important stuff for a good experience in an area. Okay, so with the Warden shrines, I like the idea of them being these kinds of forces of nature. So making their kind of symbol be like a part of the island more so than just kind of like these mice that moved in there and set up shop kind of thing. So making it feel like the rocks on the island or like the earth kind of growing out of it or something like that seems kind of like the direction for them. So I'm thinking, because these are kind of like important to spot on the board, because they're kind of part of the progression of clearing your way through the area, you need to kind of almost like selectively target these to kind of like move ahead. And again, I'll always preface this with, you know, like as the mechanics, you know, are developed, they can change. So, you know, don't hold me to these specifics, but the idea of like there are these kind of characters that can exist on this board, and if you kind of take them out, they kind of help you progress. So I want these ones to kind of stand out and almost be special compared to the other ones. So it could be that we use almost like 2 layers, like the pirate one right here. This isn't what we're going to go with in the end, we have to tweak it, but the idea that there's kind of almost these 2 colors, like one on top of the other, that kind of makes it stand out a little bit more. So it could be something like that. And also, if it is a case of like having kind of like a sketch, like a symbol carved onto this kind of rock, and each of the wardens has their own kind of symbol or something like that. That's also another reason to kind of have it be made out of maybe 2 different kind of materials or something like that. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so if there's like wind and fog, I'm wondering if we can kind of like come up with sigils or something that kind of like says those things. And I don't know if we need to like nail it in these icons necessarily. I think even if we just produce one icon that represents that mechanic, then I think that's good enough for what we need. That said, if we can, I think it might be kind of interesting to have, you know, 1 icon for each of the wardens. But yeah, obviously that adds a little more kind of potential complexity to the HUD. But I don't think it'd be kind of like confusing for the player, as long as the icon is really kind of like readable. You know, each of the warden ones, let's say we're working on another one here, and this icon is significantly different, but the backdrop for it is the exact same. You know, like it's the same tile that it's on or whatever. So like maybe this is wind, and like this is fog or something. I don't know. I guess that's another thing. Can I kind of create icons that make sense for each of them? Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, so at a glance, hopefully you would see those as kind of the same idea, but different. Alright, so what I'm wondering, actually, is if we really want this to feel different, what if we had the same kind of relief cut into it, an object inserted into it, but what if it was actually like rock, with kind of like the like crystal structure weaving throughout it, but where the key and the gem and the hook and all that are like, the whole thing is an inset gem. This could be like an inset rock, which could be like dark in this view, and then the light colored gem kind of coming through, and maybe those gems would be a different color depending on what warden it is. Maybe that's a bad idea. Who knows? me just block in the silhouette really quick so we can experiment with this. See if that makes sense. Okay. Alright, and then we'll do a layer behind this, and this can be the relief kind of cutout idea that we were doing for all the other ones. And since it's a darker, kind of more saturated backdrop, just using kind of like a lighter kind of translucent black works a little bit better than it being on a lighter kind of desaturated color. It should look a little less muddy, as we've seen. So we can kind of get away with the simplicity of translucent PNG on it. So we'll knock this back to like 38%, I think we were using before. And just lighten the underside of this so that it's kind of catching the light from the top right a little bit. And then we also had another layer, also 38%, where we just used white. And that said, if we are kind of using this color set, and the glow is only ever on this light of backdrop, the like inactive is on this darker backdrop, and then if we do a kind of like a locked state or something like that, that has its own set backdrop, we can probably use proper kind of like chosen colors, and that'll kind of like push it just a little further than this, because just doing white and black, it's never as good as adding a little bit of the environment color to it. But just doing this adds just a little bit of interest to it, and keeps it relatively workable with the rest. I'm making no sense at this point, I think, but that's what you get when you tune into a Jacob stream who goes all day. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've been this rambly, friends. Alright, so I'm just adding a little bit of occluded light right at the edges. I think this will be especially useful because if this is just kind of like a stone jammed into the board, that'll really kind of like occlude the light and get those edges really dark. Whereas something like this gummy key, the like light gemstone, stuff like that, you get a little bit of light kind of coming through, and so those very kind of those tight edges right up against the object might not get quite as dark as an opaque kind of heavily textured object would. So that's the idea there. And it'll help kind of pop it out nicely too, which is always good. Alright, so now let's get our gems going on here. So let's say we go with just like a light green. Why not? I have the green for the pirates, but I think we're gonna change that anyways. We might go with like a red. That said, the one concern I have about doing the skull and crossbones, and if we use red for its color, it's going to look like really like, do not select this, warning, this is danger, danger, which is kind of good and bad for the mechanic. Like, choosing to go after the pirates might be a bit riskier. It's kind of risk-reward kind of idea, but I don't want it to look like a bad choice, you know? I want it to look exciting and dangerous, but not like you're doing the wrong thing by choosing it, I guess. So we'll see what we end up coming up with if we tweak the pirate icon. But yeah. That I can't answer. Do the pirates still drop the map scrolls? I don't know if that will be the case in the end. You know, like things can always change, but that's what I'm hoping for. I think it'd be pretty exciting to have to kind of, instead of just buying a treasure map from the cartographer, having to kind of like specifically do gameplay to hunt it down, to me would be pretty exciting. But yeah. We shall see. We shall see. There has been some kind of interesting challenges that have come out of the pirates, just because the way that they work is a bit different from everything else. So they've kind of presented some interesting challenges, but I'm feeling good about the kind of directions we've gone with them. So we shall see. All right. So then I'm just going to add a little bit of texture to this, because the other ones, they do have kind of texture, but because they're gems, they just kind of have faceted surfaces, the way the light kind of goes inside of them and bounces out. Which should be interesting is with the rock, if this kind of has a glow state, which it will, the rock won't glow, I don't imagine. So we need to make the gem kind of portion of it interesting enough, take up enough space, and make it glow well. And I don't know. I don't know if this kind of stands out in an effective way. I guess, okay, one idea I could do is right now all of the other icons are kind of sunken into the board. What if these ones sat on top? That might be better. That might be better. So maybe I'll try that. So instead of having this kind of insert the cutout relief, what if instead this was kind of, you know, just a cast shadow from this sitting on top? That might work. So that will feel different to the other ones as well, because this is, you know, the other ones look a little more sunken in. This one looks like it's sitting on top. That might be good, it might be bad, but it's probably worth the experiment. I think just making the rock read more effectively is going to be important. So I think I also want to flatten it out a bit. It feels a little bit too rounded for me. And I guess it doesn't need to be like super duper opaque granite. You know, it actually could be a dark crystal with this light kind of growth throughout it, and that might actually look really nice. So what if there is kind of like some saturated color in the bottom of this that's kind of coming through? That said, I do need to kind of match what it's going to be in the actual island illustration if we end up doing that. And so this will need to sit on top of the sky backdrop. So I need to consider what this could look like with, you know, like a nice bright blue sky, let's say. So let's just take a quick look. So like that pops out. I think that's fine. I'm not worried about that. And I I would totally freshly render it for that anyways. Kind of like the gems, those already are kind of, there's multiple states. Those are drawn for the islands already. They don't look exactly like that, so it's fine. I think that's not an issue. All right. Let's grease away a bit there. We could have a little bit of specular highlight to it. If we want. Alright, and so if I super saturate and darken the top side of this, this should look pretty cool. It's almost got like a jade kind of look to it, maybe. So that's kind of nice. And then just really kind of punch up the saturation and glow there. Yeah. Alright, let me hide the sketch. And that edge. Yeah, as you can probably imagine from the element that Dave mentioned, there's still many things that we're kind of figuring out, so, you know, but it's coming along nicely. The art side, we're definitely kicking its butt, and I'm confident that, you know, basically every asset of it is really kind of like going in some pretty exciting and fun directions. As I mentioned before, 3 artists working on the same HUD is actually quite effective. We kind of like catch things for each other and give some interesting directions to it that we normally would have probably not tried. So yeah, and like as I mentioned, I'm not very particularly fast at HUDs. I get caught up in the very minute details and can, you know, get tangled in that. So having kind of like each of us kind of figure out working on our own strengths in the different parts have made it even more effective. Yeah. All right. So that's one potential for like what the Warden icon could look like. I don't know if I'm sold on this. I don't know. It's not quite working for me right now. I think I'm going to hide the other icons actually. That one, that one, that one, that one, and the pirates. Okay. So yeah, I want to kind of keep it to what the icons are actually going to look like. I felt like those disc ones may have thrown off my perception a little bit. What might be good to see is what those could look like with the glow state as well. So what layer is this? Okay, so if I duplicate this, bring it up into here, now I'm going to lose the drop shadow, right? And then I think I'm actually just going to have kind of, instead of a drop shadow, have kind of like a glowing base around it. But we'll make it kind of the same color as the sigils. It is apparently raining out right now, so Wash is getting stressed. Poor boy. He is very scared of many things, be they loud noises, flashes of light, or rain on the window. Poor boy. Alright, so this kind of looks cool to me. Change the color. That's not the color I want. That's better. And then the actual kind of up here, now I need to punch this up like crazy. So if I bring that up to like a big glow there, and then I get a really saturated but really bright version of this, and then have that bloom out from behind. Hi, Pika. That might look... Thanks. Thanks. So then, just kind of like that. And then if I have kind of the little flecks, let's say, of the gem or the stonework. Like I imagine it's not like a perfectly opaque rock that it's kind of these crystals have grown in. Maybe there's like just kind of different minerals and stuff kind of scattered through it, and then by having this activated, it excites those and they start to glow, so you could have like pinks and reds and oranges and stuff kind of start to poke through. So let's see, I'm going to use the triangle brush for that. Let's start with kind of like an orange. And we'll use, let's see, maybe color dodge. Maybe not color dodge. Yeah, maybe just hard light. So let's try a bit of red and purple. So again, this is one of those things where I go further than it needs to be and then pull it back. So I'm going to first of all remove a lot of this. I don't want it to be everywhere, especially where this glow is supposed to kind of like overtake your vision. It's almost like overloading the like that bleed of light is so like the light is so bright that it's bleeding into the other kind of areas. So it's overwhelming your kind of photoreceptors there. And then we can just kind of pull back the opacity on that. Maybe. There we go. So there's just a little hint of color, and you don't really even see it too strongly, but like I think that might be okay. I'm actually going to remove that specular highlight a bit and go even brighter here. Just to really make that feel like it's glowing. smoothing brush to just kind of blend those edges a bit, soften that in. So I really want that glow to be like really soft. If it has hard edges, it won't look like light just kind of blooming out. Okay, so that's an idea. Actually, maybe I'll have the very underside of that be the same kind of intense glow, just to really kind of pop it out even more. I don't know if that's going too far or not, but might as well try it out. You can always just scrap that. All right. Well, it certainly looks like it's kind of, you know, an activated stone with runes on it. I guess that's the intention. Okay, so I'm gonna move this to be a little more centered, and I'm actually gonna darken the first one. I feel like the stone portion could be a little more kind of in shadow overall. There we go. I like that. Just get a bit of this kind of warm texture in the bottom of that. And I actually might tone down the saturation on this too. Just to match the other kind of inactive kind of icons. Still want to make sure there's enough color in it so that it kind of reads as like, that's the green thing, that's the blue thing, that's the orange thing. But this just kind of like makes it fall asleep a little bit more. It's okay, so there's still that green tinge to the there we go. Okay. There's still enough of the green tinge that I think it kind of like comes across as the green sigil hurt, and then just gonna darken that edge there. Cool. Okay. I don't know about the drop shadow on that. I actually might still do the sunken in thing. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel like an icon is the problem to me, I think. And I was kind of like purposely doing this, but I don't know if I like it. I also don't think I like what I did with the actual kind of like sigils on it. I just kind of scribbled that in without really thinking about what it could be, what it could represent. I just went for it. Yeah, like I think that's right. You know, like once I have the mice and I kind of like create their symbols and stuff, because when I did the sketches, and I can actually pull those up because I did those on a stream 2 or 3 weeks ago. When I did the sketches for those, I did kind of do some. Where are you? use this. Yeah, here we go. So I did do some kind of like scribbles on this one, at least, I guess, where there's kind of, for the wind character, the idea of kind of showing the way that air molecules basically swirl around each other and kind of pull into vortexes and just kind of like pull each other around and like, basically, wrap around each other like that. So that's kind of the symbol for the wind character. The fog one, I didn't actually do any kind of sigils for. And actually, seeing this again reminds me that one of the ideas I had was making each of the wardens have this kind of like third eye. So I could just use that iconography for the icon, where basically it could almost be the face with the third eye. That could be one of the ideas that we try. I could pull up the island example I have. So let me just save this. Oh yeah, that reminds me, since I saved this, now my example here has updated with it, see? So the sketch, well, the more rendered version of the actual HUD pulled in that file that I just saved, and so now it's displaying those icons. So this is kind of what it could look like in-game. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, maybe just the drop shadow could be tweaked. If it is inset like the other ones, that does work. This does feel different because it feels more like a rock with variations. And then they could be different colors too, so that they're distinct from each other, but like it's always the same shape. So let me just try this inset idea, see if this works. So just use the same principle as the other ones. I just kind of outline it with pure black, and then drop that down and erase away a bit to kind of create a little bit of light catching surfaces. Okay, so now I drop this down to 38%, erase a bit more. Boom, boom. From the kind of the angles that are facing up and to the right. And then I'll just kind of create another layer for some occluded light. This one I can keep quite dark. Okay, so that's it. Inset a little bit. We can do that idea where there's that lip that's a bit lit on the other ones, so just add a bit of weight. There we go. That's not bad. That's not bad. It doesn't particularly, like, speak to me right now, though, so I don't know. Don't know if this is the direction for it. Maybe not. Yeah, it might need the wardens themselves to kind of figure out what I want to do with this. I'm going to pull up the sketch that I have of the actual kind of warden shrine idea, and that might help kind of get the right idea. We could try jumping over to the pirate, see if we want to tweak that, and of course just try different things for the wardens. So let's see. Interface, HUDs, not events. Floating icons, there we go. Okay. Oh, this is a big file. I have a lot open on my computer. This is a bad idea. I saved recently. Okay, so the warden idea that I had, and this is all just kind of like just concept right now, but this here would represent kind of the idea of like, there's a warden on this island, and so this thing kind of is a representation of that. It's not the warden themselves, and they're not perfectly related to each other, and that's kind of like one of the other elements of the gameplay that, you know, we kind of figured out, okay, well, there needs to be something that can represent that they're there, but it's not tied to them, so if you interact with it early, you're not expecting to encounter a warden right off the bat. This will make more sense in the future, hopefully. But yeah, so maybe just a little more kind of like crumbly shaped like this. Simplify the icon or the symbol to kind of like make it sit inside this a little more might be good. I'm gonna leave this open on my other screen so I can kind of reference it. What's up, Lush? What is it? What is it? You excited about something? I think he's getting a treat. Oh boy. Yeah. The question of saved recently? Definitely famous last words. Ooh, there we go. Good to see the file kind of slugging along. Good, good, good. Oh, I can feel it. That's bad. Okay. All right, let's do a new group. All right, so could do kind of more streamlined, but like it could have the fragments coming off of it. That looks more like what the concept image has. Ooh, thank you. Ox made cookies last night. Okay. Yeah. I think maybe the icon is not balanced in it, and maybe it's taking up the wrong amount of space. Like the presence of it is wrong. So I don't know about changing the shape to be more streamlined. Sorry. Because by doing that, I feel like it kind of like sits more like the key or the gem, where it's kind of like set in a bit more. I want it to kind of like pop out a bit, but I don't want the like the way it's rendered to be significantly different. I want it to still kind of like use the same rules as the other one. So the sunken in, I do kind of feel like that's the direction I do want to take it in. But that said, I think that the way that I did the sigil on it isn't working for me. And I think you're right about kind of having it set inside the center of it. So let's just redo it on here. So here's the symbol here. If I just wipe that out, that works. So let me grab that color. Just create a new layer here. And instead, I'm just going to do a nice, clean, simple symbol. Actually, you know, I'm going to go for the wind one because I know what I want to do with that. I want there to be this kind of this swirl. Right? Where there's kind of like the warm and cool torrents of air that are kind of trying to move around each other. So this is a like an icon I know I'm going to use, or at least this kind of essence of how the symbols could look. So I don't know if I want it to go off the edge. I think I might actually avoid that, but I'm going to do it for now. Okay, want it to all be contained. So I think this might need to move up a little bit. And that should probably be smoothed. Okay. And smooth. All right, so that works better for me, I think. Does feel a little more man-made. I see what you're saying with that. That said, this is a natural occurrence that I'm trying to replicate. Maybe if I just kind of make it a bit more kind of random feeling, a little thicker and thinner in some areas. So I'm basically representing kind of like the eddy currents. Yeah, I think that it works better, at least because it's more designed. The first one was really kind of haphazard and randomly kind of thrown on there. I didn't really kind of try and attempt, you know, I didn't think about it, you know. And I used to assume that's how you did stuff, where you don't really kind of design it, especially if you want something to feel random. But I have since learned that to get something that looks random, you actually have to design it, think about it. You have to kind of figure out the rhythm of it, and the shapes and how those play off each other, and all kinds of little things that aren't just obvious. Okay, so although that might not feel as natural, I actually really prefer that. I feel like that works better for me. And then I could maybe have a little coming off the sides, although I think I actually want to just keep it like minimal. Maybe. Add some green cracks to it, or cracks to the green. That would make it feel a little bit more kind of stonework, which could be interesting. Do we want this like inside the center? Do we want it to kind of run off the edge? It looked kind of interesting having it run off the edge. Feels like it wraps around it, maybe. Also, with it kind of chipped away, it makes it feel older, maybe a little imperfect. Maybe it's broken. It does feel very centered, but I don't know, like I'm wondering if I want that just for the idea of just making it a clean symbol that reads a little bit better, because I I feel like if it's a little too chaotic, it won't come across very cleanly. I need it to read better, because like, again, these are icons. You know, they need to like read like that. They need to, at a glance, not even looking directly at it, kind of tell you what it is and how it works. Um, so yeah, I kind of feel like, although I agree with wanting to make it look a little more organic, I think we can do that for the island view. Um, so like here, you know, having it be a little more organic in this view is good, but I feel like for the icon, I don't know, it might make it better for us if it's just really kind of crisp and clear, you know. In which case, I'm not even sure if I want to add those cracks, although it is a nice touch. But again, like trying to make it really kind of design and like easy to read. I feel like maybe the cracks are just kind of a little bit distracting. So many things you can kind of like try and push and pull. It's no wonder I take forever on HUDs. All right, so just taking it back to the clean shape, like that reads very easily is the thing. I'm wondering if that is a better priority. We could always add a little more of that crack feeling to the rock, and then in the glow state, having like imperfect glowing in some parts, and that might give the hint of a crack actually being there. Mr. Limit Tester. Yeah, okay. Go full man-made chiseled rock, because that's another thing about it. Although the mouse might be this kind of force of nature, this kind of entity that maybe has always existed in these islands. Perhaps the mice summon them by creating these shrines and kind of like forming these symbols by the hand and like, you know, creating these wards and stuff, and like brought them to the islands. They don't kind of like live with them in their cultures, but like they're like the island guardians kind of thing. Maybe they created them, who knows? But yeah, so like I think that that's an interesting possibility. And you know, we may never like go into that level of detail and world building and in kind of like the descriptions of them, but you know, if we have some ideas, we can kind of like create these visuals based off those, and it can just be implied. Who knows? Yeah. So I feel like that would be a man-made or mouse-made kind of like rock here. You know, like it started as a rock, they cut it to shape, they painted these kind of runes into it, or maybe they found rocks that just had these perfect runes and cut them really specifically, and that is what they've used to kind of do these things. So that's kind of fun. Just kind of knock that highlight back a bit. All right. Mouse made. Yeah. I'd say let's try this one. I'm going to cut the edges a bit more. They're very rounded, which is useful if you're like it. So the one thing that is good for this is it makes it look older. If it's like worn, rounded edges, weathered, it means that, you know, like it's been out in the rain for, you know, a real long time, and it's been kind of slowly kind of sanded down over the eons kind of thing. Whereas like a sharp chiseled kind of thing will look a lot newer, you know, only, you know, made this century kind of thing. So I don't know if that's good or bad for this. You know, do we want it to feel like these are ancient? Probably, actually. So I don't know if chiseling the edges is actually where I want to go, but I'm going to try it. It's very sunken, like very deep, kind of occluded edges. I'm going to pull that back a bit, I think. Question I have is, do we want to make the sides of this pop a bit more? Because it does, like, if I pop it into grayscale, it kind of almost wants to blend into the background. Maybe it's not that bad, though. Maybe it's not. But I don't think it needs this, like, specular highlight so much. I think it would be a much more textured surface. It's not, sorry, it's not like a polished stone necessarily. So instead of having this kind of, like, highlight that's sitting on it, it could be kind of smoothed out to go to the edges, and then that can kind of like show that edge a little bit better. So just smooth that light out a bit. Okay, and that feels a little bit more textured, I think. Even this brush. I do want the flow up. Smoothing doesn't matter. It's not big enough texture. Okay. Actually, I have an idea for how to do that. Okay. So I'll use clipping mask, and I'm just kind of trying to break up that highlight just a little bit to kind of show the potential texture on this, and I only want to do that at the kind of the edge of the light, the mid-tone. I don't think that made any sense, but maybe that worked. I don't know. It just added a little bit of texture to it, I think. It's still very rounded. I'm just going to flatten that. Right. Soften that a bit. Sure. Okay. I'm wasting time on that detail. Well, I do want it to feel very kind of powered down, right? So I think what I'll do is I can add a bit of dimension into this. So we'll go nice and dark and saturated up here, right? And then we can have a bit of the light kind of catching on it. So that feels a little bit more like there's some volume to that, which is kind of interesting. You can even have some kind of more bright, saturated kind of edges kind of catching the light. But it doesn't look like it's lit up necessarily, right? So that has a little more dimension to it. And then we should do the glow, because that's kind of important. And all we need to do for that, I think, is copy this onto it, move it to the appropriate location, get rid of that, put this above it all. Okay, and I'm going to need to fiddle with it a bit. Cool. Good, good, good. All right, so we'll grab this color. It's a nice color for the glow. Use my occlusion brush and hide that. New layer for this. Let's just punch up the glow for just this symbol here. And just really kick it up where it's kind of bright white, right? So, boom. And here's where we can kind of like add in those cracks if we want, right? So if I wanted to do that, I could go into this layer here, just kind of add just a little. Don't need to go too far with it. I don't want to distract from it, right? So it can be just a hint. All right. I feel like that's working a little better for me. Maybe the stone itself could go a little more green overall too. Like maybe like that. Irish Spring. Maybe if just the edges have a bit more green glow. I kind of like that crisper edge there. That hard edge feels a little nicer. Maybe just change what type of layer that is. So there's just like can keep the same hue or the same kind of value. That's kind of cool looking. Just kind of pumps up the contrast in a neat way. And just the tiniest hint of that. Sure. Okay, so that's the idea that could work for this. I think I'm actually going to knock this back a little bit. Felt a little bit strong. All right, that feels a little more balanced with the other ones. So yeah, what do you guys think? I'm worried that in this kind of kind of selected inactive view, it doesn't kind of like stand out in a good enough way. Maybe if the rock itself just has better highlighting, that might work. Yeah, like I don't want it to like pop out. I agree, but yeah, I want these kind of Warden symbols at least to kind of like be noticed over the other ones. So like the crystal right now, I feel like that might grab your attention greater because if you look at kind of the value structure, there was much higher contrast on that than this, right? Almost need to invert the like gem with the rock for it to kind of rival it. But that might be a bit much. I mean, if it has like a bit more glow at the outer edge, that might work. I don't want much, but just kind of a little more punchiness to it. That might draw the eye to it a bit better. Like, that doesn't look bad. Kind of like the blues and stuff interacting with it too. Definitely kind of stands out a little bit more. I can knock this back just a bit too. So, yeah. Yeah, the green dusting on the edge. I think that's helping it. More triangle tool on the glowing version. Yeah, you're right. I did knock that out like completely, and that was a pretty cool element with it. Let's see. I think that was this layer here. If I bring that up, and up, and up. Maybe a different. Let's pump up the opacity and see what these layers do. That looks kind of nice. And like it looks really quite interesting close up, but I'm worried about zoomed out. It might not be very clear. Some of these look really nice actually. And they feel a lot more kind of mineral and rock, whereas the sigil carved into it looks definitely like purposefully put in there, whereas these flecks are a lot more organic. Maybe this. That might be okay. Again, I don't want to go too textured. I'll just erase this a little bit right here. It's just kind of interfering with the sigil a little bit. So I just wanted to knock that back. That feels better though. All right, cool. Yeah, like I'm looking at a small version of it, and now it's not kind of like weird artifacts. It is just kind of blended in. So I'm gonna try bumping this up even more. And we're back to the artifact feeling. Okay. I think 70% is I will leave it at 62. I am content with that. So that looks pretty good. It'll be easy enough to swap out the symbol. That's actually just one layer there and another for the glow, which is behind the flex. So doing the alternate wardens will be nice and easy. So that works well. The little kind of dusting is fine. Kind of helps it to pop out. I actually almost want to put like some gold trim now that I'm kind of glancing at it, but that would change a lot. So I don't know about that. It's filling the space. It takes most of the box. I don't know if that's terrible or not. There is going to be like up to 4 of these on the grid at any time, but they are also designed to always be kind of Sudoku placed from each other. So you never get them directly beside each other. At best, they'll just be at an adjacent angle. So I feel like that isn't a bad thing. So let me just kind of move this over here. Yeah, I don't feel like they're kind of necessarily getting too noisy with each other. I think ultimately what I'll do is once I have all the icons, I'm going to try, just building boards and seeing how noisy it can get and like scaling the icons and maybe kind of like toning them down a little bit here and there. But I can do that in the prototype I have actually. I just kind of import a different backdrop like this one that we're using, and then just kind of pop those icons in and like just roll boards to see if it feels bad, and it might turn out that like 1 or 2 icons are maybe a little too noisy, and I can tweak those easily enough. So that's kind of nice. I actually don't like the crunchy edges that I created. I actually like the smoother version at the top here, so I wish that I used the that tool to do that, but I didn't. Did I accidentally delete the wrong thing? I did not. Okay. Let me just bring the smooth edge back. So what layers do I need? That one. That one's good. That one. Not that one. I'm just going to delete that. I think that was one. And that. I think those are all the layers that I had. It looks fine. Alright, so hard edged. I'll use my smooth brush. And when I blow this up and do the kind of minor tweaks to bring it to the final render of this, I can kind of make sure that both these are based off the exact same layer. Yeah, I think the smoother, older looking stone is more appropriate for this. I like the idea of these being ancient. We like our ancient things in MouseHunt. Ancient crystals. Could kind of like chip off a little piece, just so that there's just a little bit of personality to it. Although, first I'm gonna do it this way, because then I can chip off a piece on just this Warden's rock, and the other ones can be chipped in different ways. So they'll still kind of read a little differently while still using the same template, which is good. There. I don't want to overdo it. So that's good. I think that works. And then again, when I do the kind of final blown up pass, I'll just kind of use this version of it and toss these elements on top. That way it'll pixel perfect align, and then when you kind of activate it, it won't like weirdly shift. All right. Nope, you don't destroy them. You don't destroy them. You maybe actually activate them. I think, anyways. Never know. Could change. Can always change. All right, I'm gonna move on from this one soon, I swear. Cool. All right. Get with the propaganda. All right. All right, I think that that's not bad. I think that when you see those and there's kind of multiple or just one, that might read well enough. Yeah, all right. Let's tick that off the list. Okay, so we have a Warden. I think the other ones I'm going to do once I have the Wardens drawn out, or at least kind of defined what their symbols could be. So like, for example, this is the wind. You know, it has the torrents kind of swirling. The fog, I don't know what that'll be. How do you create an icon for fog? Frost should be pretty easy, kind of making it crystallized kind of patterns makes sense. Could even just be a like snowflake if we want, but yeah. And then I'm not sure specifically what the fourth Warden is still. We're still kind of trying to land on the perfect idea for that. Like, there's definitely lots that can work, so we just need to create the other Wardens, and I'm sure that it'll come to us. Yeah, basically once I know what those mice are, then I can kind of create their icons for this, and it'll use the same kind of template, so it should read well enough. So that's fine. Bunch of lines for fog. Yeah, actually I can see that, where it's kind of like horizontal fog, kind of just like cutting in from the sides and obscuring. That works. So I think that'll work. Something like that should be fine. And then, you know, like the wind one has curved swirls. The fog one has straight lines that kind of come in horizontally. The ice one has sharp angles, and the last one would have kind of maybe diagonal or horizontal or sort of vertical kind of elements to it. So I think each of them can kind of just at a glance have their own kind of like feeling, their directions, their angles, stuff like that. So even if you haven't memorized what this symbol specifically means wind, you might get a feeling for it when you glance at it. And that's kind of the idea. But yeah, I think it was very useful to kind of just kind of condense the iconography of that, shrink it down, and fit it within that border so it kind of reads on top of that space. I think that's helped. So, pirate. Let's look at the pirate. We have the hook. but I think we could try the skull and crossbones. So rain is definitely one of the ones we were looking at. However, because it's kind of like Mosu Picchu adjacent, we were kind of wondering if we want to avoid. Well, then again, we have wind directly as one of the Mosu Picchu elements, don't we? There's wind and rain, and then by amping those up, you get thunderstorm. All right, so maybe that does make sense as rain. We'll figure it out. All right. Skull and crossbones. So I'm gonna start by just kind of defining the shape I want to try and fit it within. Maybe a box makes more sense. Someone also suggested like the tricorn hat, which is kind of a cool idea. That might be another good option. Actually, I don't need to do this. I have sketches of it. Yeah, maybe. There it is. No, I don't like that one as much. I could start with it. Heat weather condition. Yeah, I remember one of the streams we just like had a very good brainstorm session where we made like 50 different ideas. Let's go kind of reddish. Although that's a little bit close to the backdrop color, so let's do something more like that. Now, again, I think the reason why I didn't initially start with this was I was worried that it really feels like you should not select this as an option. It's like, do not, this is bad. You will lose the game if you choose this. So that's why I'm really kind of not sure this is the right direction for it. Maybe changing the color will do it. If it's red and a skull, it feels like a bad idea. But it also, like, I don't know, like some games that's kind of like, yeah, that's the boss or something, you know, that's choosing to go into the danger zone. So I think if players can see it as like, yeah, that's a viable option. It's dangerous, but it's definitely an option to choose. Like, I feel like eventually players would be like, yeah, I gotta try this, especially if it's something that they like unlock over time. They'll be like, well, gotta see what this does. And then also in the HUD, they'll probably have kind of like a way to kind of know specifically what it is. Like when you mouse over it, for example, they'll probably have kind of a little info tab or something that can kind of say like, here ye be pirates, be ready. Thar be pirates. All right. That's fantastic, yeah. This looks like a horrible idea. Is basically my entire team's reason to do anything. Fair point, fair point. The peg leg, yeah. I like it. All right, so I'm gonna go for this. I'm gonna see where this ends up, because I do want, like, there is a certain clarity with the skull and crossbones. You know, like that is pirate. A little crack on the top of the skull. And it is a mouse skull. But yeah, so this does scream pirate, and so that's useful. The hook hand is not terrible. I think that did say, you know, pirate once you kind of like interact with it, and it's less kind of intimidating at least. But this is also kind of like, you know, supposed to be pretty intense content. You're not going to start day one where you can even find pirates. You have to earn the ability to track them down. So I'm not too worried about this. So. And again, like I can just kind of run it by the other devs and testing players and stuff and see if this works. But again, it's like such a clear visual that I think it's actually probably the best option. Okay, so I'm going to do the good old embedding in the board. Also, I don't need the gap that I've created with the bones. That was in my original sketch. I wasn't sure how I was rendering out the kind of the gem palette. So I think that I can kind of make that connect. That'll look better. Although the gap is fine. I think it might work better if it doesn't have it. Those actually line up. Yeah, it's all right. I don't remember if I like made sure that the bones line up in the original sketch. Actually, I'm gonna have the eye socket sunken as well. A little more ominous. Might as well just go full ominous. Yeah. Spooky. Yeah, originally one of the icon versions of this that I did was like a pirate coin and a pirate map. Or sorry, pirate flag. So this can go right up to the inside edge there, and then I just lighten that edge, darken it here, darken it here. Although with the eye socket, maybe that actually is a little bit more difficult, right? It's like, do you see it behind here? That's kind of odd. I don't think I like that. Yeah. All right. All right. Yeah, the gang boss right now, I'm working on making her fit the law area. And like the challenge is, and this is kind of clear, well, it's a clear challenge, but the law mice and the pirate mice are kind of, they kind of blend themes a little bit. Technically, we could have been like, yeah, the pirate mice are the law appropriate theme, so let's just use those for it, but there's just a mechanic that I really wanted to explore with the pirates specifically, and enough people really like that idea that basically that's kind of what we're doing still. So the pirates are definitely kind of their own faction outside of the power types, which I appreciate. I think you guys will get a kick out of how that gameplay might end up working, hopefully, if it ends up going the full gauntlet. Because yeah, basically the idea is it's how you kind of obtain treasure maps for the area, and I think it's really fun. And a little more kind of rewarding, and can kind of like have some intrinsic kind of value just based on the challenge of doing it. Kind of like, I don't know, not on the level of like a Slayer map, but kind of the idea that you have to pursue it in specific ways as opposed to just kind of, you can get the relics just passively kind of doing whatever, and then you just buy the map whenever you want. And then because the area, well, actually, you know, mapping on this area isn't so bad. Some areas like the Gauntlet, it's kind of like a challenge to like make the maps interesting, because it's like, well, you just kind of keep going through each of the floors and like having there be any kind of like, you know, target these mice specifically. It's hard to do in that area. But this area, because there's, you know, 8 different island types, the landing pad, you know, we can definitely make the treasure maps interesting and challenging. So can have some nice rewards, but also we can make it interesting and challenging to get the maps. And so I think that's a fun potential. So I hope that ends up working out. So far, I think it is, though. It plays nicely with the rest of the mechanics is the thing. And I'm just going to curve into that edge right there, just so that it is set behind a little bit. Or not. Okay, so I'm going to do the specular highlight on top of that. I also need to knock this outline back, so put that down to, is it 38%, I think. Yeah, and I definitely think that adding the like little darker edge has been useful, so I'm gonna do the same here. A little occluded edge. Just brush for this. I probably don't need to make the crack so huge. I can actually probably have this be mostly close and then just literally have the crystal cracked instead of having this huge wedge kind of carved out of it. Doesn't make as much sense. This is a little bit different from all the other ones where there's just this big kind of sunken pit. So I'm wondering how I want to handle that. I think the coloring is the challenge. I think the red is going to feel too kind of like, you know, you made a bad choice. If it's like green or pink or purple or something, that might work a little better. I think the green kind of works, but then it makes me think of like the haunted ghosts from Halloween, and like none of the pirates are kind of ghost pirates, so that might be a little bit confusing. Okay, so I think if I add the specular highlight, that'll help. So let's do that. There we go, Gummy skull. That feels a little more welcoming. This is poison candy. Yeah, if it's green, it'll just look like it's a poison symbol, you know. Honestly, maybe just like bone color might work best. Just that kind of bleached kind of bone. Yeah, the triangle tool has some cool look to it. It's a nice little brush that I made. Anything but the hook. Sorry, I'm just very far behind in the chat. I haven't checked it in a while. I gotta lighten up this. Soft eraser. Just kind of the undersides of things where the light is catching a little more. And then we can add that highlight edge to things. I almost wonder if I do want to have the socket kind of pop out a bit, you know, kind of surfaces again. I mean, that does work. Yeah, I'll have it that way for now. Gotta lighten up that occlusion there. It's a little heavy. Alright. And then, so this would be a bit lighter on the top side here. A little bit lighter here and here. And there. Okay, so now I'm gonna do the highlight portion. Honestly, now that we have kind of like a more kind of clear background color, where this is only for when it's inactive, unselected kind of color, I can kind of actually use the board color and make just better kind of lighting choices on that. So when I do the big render, like when I blow these up to size and I kind of like just clean up all the little tiny details without going overboard, cross my toes, then I'll use the colors that are more appropriate. Instead of just white, I'll use kind of this more kind of peach lighting maybe. So yeah, that like feels like it's nicely kind of sunken into the board. You know, my outline edges do not feel consistent. That's kind of a silly thing that I overlooked. I probably should have had a rule for how thick that is. So, oops. But I can tweak that. What are we saying here? When you see the crossbones behind the gaps, yeah, you would. Gem-encrusted tooth. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not just kind of just the front. So, you know what? I think it would actually just be more appropriate to just have that B gem as well, but instead of it kind of being on the same plane, it's kind of cut out like how none of these examples are good. Well, the eyes on that, I guess. So that's easy enough to do. It's just the right layer. So I'll just use a darker. Actually, I'll do a layer behind it. It's like that. And then, of course, naturally, it would have this too, right? That just... Nothing wrong with that. Oh boy. There's the activated pirate symbol. It's too spooky. It just blinked. 3 spoopy, 5 me indeed. True fact. I mean, it looks really cool though, but yeah, I think that's a little overboard. Although when I do the activated state, I am totally going to try the glowing eyes, because that's kind of cool. So what do we think? Is this... Hello, Dublin. Hello to all of Dublin. Do we think that this is a bit much? I don't know. How is Dublin faring? I hope you're all well. Thank you, Mona. Okay, that's an interesting idea. I agree that it doesn't feel as like, this is a good, fun, exciting, rewarding thing you've chosen. It's not at all a death sentence. I think that adding kind of like precious gems in the eyes is an interesting idea for it. That said, it kind of like brings it to a heightened kind of value by having multiple kind of like I guess gems inside of it. I kind of want to try and keep them mono-colored, except for the wardens and the bosses. I feel like those ones need to kind of like have their own tier of like, this is important. Again, like this is one of those things where like once I have all of them in the same place, once I've created every single icon and being able to see them in the space, move them around, try different configurations, I'll know then. It's hard to know until I kind of have everything to play off each other. So what I want to try in that case of this looking kind of like, yeah, it doesn't look like a good choice. That looks like a bad thing to select, right? It looks like a negative option. So I'm going to flatten that so that I can do this. I'm going to try different colors. See if any kind of like feel a little bit less kind of like, oops, you made a bad mistake. Like purple. Purple just kind of feels like a poison. Blue is kind of like a little more ghostly, I guess. Yeah, like that's another thing is now it's poison again. Yeah. I mean, if anything, the purple maybe was a little bit more kind of friendly. Could desaturate it. More of the just kind of like, this is just bone. Right? So now it's just kind of a little more skull and crossbow bone feeling. I mean, again, another good point. This is the highest rank area. It's demanding the best of the best to come and hunt here. I feel like if we are like, here, have some danger, people are going to be like, let's go. And then, of course, like, the actual kind of, let me keep that selection. I think it's a little more pirate feeling than, like, death. You know, the red felt like way too danger warning, but, like, the pirate has the skull and crossbone on it. Crossbone. Crossbone. It's not crossbow. But it obviously has the pirate icon. A bunch of the pirates have that symbol, so it makes sense to use it. I think it just like green felt like poison, red felt like bad, you lose, don't select this, game over. But just the gray, the skull kind of bone, kind of gray. It's shiny, it's juicy-ish. I think I can add a little bit of kind of orange, yellow to it, and that'll actually kind of like give a little bit of vitality to it. Like if I make it more of a kind of gem stone kind of feel, which, I mean, the rest of this stuff is. It's juicy and pretty. So if I just add a little bit of that kind of nice saturation to it, feels a little bit more kind of like, oh, that's kind of pretty, right? Maybe. So I think that this is acceptable. I think this feels a little bit more like, yeah, that's danger, but like it's not game over. It's just risky. It's risk versus reward. Okay, just like a nice punch of color in some parts. There we go. That's feeling more kind of appropriate to, you want a challenge? Come and get it. Yeah, I think that's what it needed. So it's kind of danger feeling, but like not like you lose. Okay, I think that's a little better. Clean up the shape here for the tooth. Pull that in a bit. Bump this over a bit. And yeah, okay, that's better. I'm feeling better about that. Again, it's always just like the tiniest little tweaks can do so much. Just moving things a few pixels Mind you, in this case, it was totally changing the color palette, but there you go. Yeah, that tone works. That feels dangerous, but not ultimately like you just lost by selecting that. So I'm happy. I think that works. I'm gonna knock back some of that occlusion a bit. I think it's a bit heavy. And I'm excited to see what this looks like glowing, because I think that's going to be really cool. Yeah, the hook was neat, but it didn't scream pirate as well as this does. All right. Cool. Save. So, you know, I think that that's kind of more clear. And I like how inactive it looks, to be honest. When you avoid it, it's like almost not even there. But then when you select it, it's going to be like in your face. So I think that's going to be exciting to see. And again, it's one of those things that you won't have access to it right away, so you have to unlock it. And then, of course, because it's something that you work towards and like actively made happen, you actively unlocked the ability to access it, you're probably going to be like, well, I want to do this. As well, when you mouse over, it'll tell you what it does. So ultimately, I think it's fine. Spooky, scary pirates. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so color palette. I'm wondering if we want to try and keep it in the bone zone. That seems like a bad choice of words. Maybe going towards red a little bit. Gotta bring the triangle tool in, huh? Alright. Let's see what that does. Why not? Okay, so let's get this triangle. And then If any of them work, I feel like the color dodge is probably the best. So it's pretty subtle. I might tone it down on the top of the eye socket there. I don't know, it is neat, but at the size, it gets really kind of like crunchy texture. Like it's cool when you can see the hard edge detail up close, but I feel like when it's kind of a small icon, it kind of just makes it a little bit more textured, but I don't know if that's what it needs. A little texture to it. So that's it, kind of pumped up. I don't dislike that. Just a touch of it. It's fine. I'm gonna knock the nostril back a bit. Feels a bit heavy there. Okay. Different colors in the triangle? Sure. Get some pretty purple. Actually kind of like that. That's nice. The light blue is cool too, but it's like really, really punchy. Green, again, feels like poison. If I go red, it's going to look like gore. The purple to blue is kind of nice. I'm thinking the purple is maybe better than the blue. And then back to where it was more kind of orange. Let's do pink. I like that. So at size, that just adds just a little depth to the color. And then this makes me want to actually do the glow version as purple. So let's do just that. Not enough purple in this game, you know? Alright, so got rid of the old one. Let's move this up. Let's punch it up. So there's our glow. And okay. Just going to fill this properly first. We can kind of play with the texture a bit more. So that's kind of nice. A little on the red side there. If I do this, knock it back, that's kind of like in the color range maybe. If we go more blue in the shadows and go more red to purple to pink in the glow areas, that might actually add some nice depth to it. Pink pirates. Everything has alliteration in this game. Okay, let's do more triangles. You seem to like the triangle brush. That's not here. Nope, there it is. Alright. I'm gonna go a lot smaller. That's too small. That's better size. So the nice thing about the triangle brush is it kind of creates this faceted effect, which is good if you're trying to create gems. Color dodge. Overlay is pretty good. Ooh, saturation looks neat. That's kind of cool. Alright, let's see what else we can do with this. Well, saturation makes sense that it's only using the saturation slider. Okay, you know, I'm going to keep that. It's like spray paint. Okay. So one of the things that we need to do is really amp up the brightness, because that's where the other icons sit. This needs to get there. But what I want to do is get this kind of feeling in the colors to sit behind it, right? That whole glow thing we've been doing with the other ones, I need to make that happen here. So I'm gonna okay, first of all, what I'm gonna do is this. So that looks terrible. But it's just so that I can kind of get this glow to look a bit better. Let's do that. And then I can use like something like that for now. And on top of that, let's go for this. For now, this is just, you know, to kind of get that kind of lit up feeling. Because I just want to make this glow out here work better. So let's get our occlusion brush. Coming up on 5 o'clock. So I don't know how much longer we want to go for, but I feel like we've accomplished some pretty good stuff. Okay, so I want to kind of like get that purple feeling, although like the glow itself might be more in the pink kind of area. When you kind of have this purple blooming off of it, it'll kind of make that light feel more purple. So that's kind of cool. It makes me want to go back and like add more pinks and purples to the pirates that do exist, to be honest. Although some of them do have that, so I think that works. Purple used on the Mousy Pichu teaser could be a nice color for it. There's kind of like the blue, kind of purple, like lightning feel to it. So that's not a bad idea. Yeah, a resident purple enthusiast is not here today. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't want to kind of make something she would hate, you know? I mean, I think as long as I skip out on that, like, cursed eye thing, it might not be so bad. That whole thing that I did before was a little much. And I don't know if we need to kind of like go too heavy into the, oh, that's kind of cool, into the like super grit, super purple kind of feeling. I think adding that kind of lightning blue into it as well is very good. I'm gonna do a little bit of that with the triangles, I think. So I think that could look nice. It's actually kind of cool. That electric kind of. Yeah, so I want the outer perimeter of it to kind of like have that sharp, hard-edged look, so that the bloom glow coming off of it can read effectively. This can be a lot lighter. Doesn't need to kind of be super high contrast to read. So that's not bad. Okay. I'm going to merge all that down. So I want to just kind of work with simplified layers right now. So I like some of these colors, and I think we can kind of add a little more richness to it. I get a little bit of that orange. And more of this kind of bright, saturated glow. I think I need to make it feel more glow. Yeah, just kind of brighter is hitting that a bit more on on the nose where I want it. I think we can lighten up that and the sockets as well, I think. What do we think? I mean, it's certainly different from the other skull. It's very much more activated. Eye glow. I almost kind of like this bone color with the purple glow around it, and then what if what if like, I agree it doesn't really make too much sense for that intensity of purple, but like it's also kind of cool. Could knock it back a bit though. Darker bluish purple in the eye socket. I could go more blue with that. Let's see if that. I assume that was more when I was messing with this. Don't want to go super dark with this though. just kind of slightly pulls it back towards the original, but not by much. You know, could knock the purple back a bit more, I think. It's just I want that kind of feel gem glow enough, you know. Because it doesn't glow as vibrantly, I'm wondering if that feels like not as good. Right? That's way too strong up there. Kind of creating that glow of the eyeball. But instead of kind of like being a light pouring out of it, it can just be the absence of the shadow creating that, right? So it's not like a cursed glow, it's just kind of creepy. I don't know. This is an interesting one. All right, so are we reading Fun Pirate Challenge? Mortal Danger. Duel at your own risk. That's kind of like maybe more interesting colors. You know, I think that's alright, actually. I might actually, like, pump up the glow in the center of it, just to kind of make it fit a little bit more. If I use that, but then kind of make it more pink. It's actually a bit darker. Alright. That's pretty bright. Can't really go much brighter than that, to be honest. Yeah, alright. It's pretty lit up, especially compared to the others now that I look at them. Like, there's quite a bit of contrast and dark in the gem, and that I really like that look. I'm going like really hard on the glow on other things. Like the key is crazy how kind of glow that is, and maybe I need to knock that down a bit. because it doesn't really match the other ones right now. Like, see how the other ones you can kind of make it the border. The key one, it's just eaten it, just consumed it completely. Yeah, I don't know, the gemstone eyes is a cool idea, but I'm wondering if it kind of like makes it too different. I don't know. Oof. Good as is? Yeah, it might be. Again, like, you know, I'm coming to the end of the stream. Been working for quite a while on this, and streaming is always a little bit more kind of draining than just working regularly. So there comes a time when I just kind of feel like I have to tap out. I'm not there yet, but I feel like I'm not far off. Okay. Well, at any rate, I can always come back to this and kind of ponder how good it is at a later date. But where's the old pirate hook? So we can just look at that and be like, yeah, this is a better option, right? So there's kind of the original pirate idea. I think it is piratey. You know, it can come across as like, yep, that is a hook. The unlit, unselected pirate skull, maybe I want to brighten that up just a little bit. It does kind of like almost disappear. Whereas the other ones, they're a little brighter than the backdrop at least. So I think I want to just lighten it up just a smidge. And then on this layer, I think grab this kind of purple, just kind of do a little of that. Just add a little bit of gumminess to it. Lighter color's not bad. Hard light's pretty okay. Do linear dodge, but then we knock it down to do 38. No, not quite. Bring this up to 62. Screen might do it. Well, color dodge has some nice kind of color sensitivity to it, which is nice. Hard light's pretty good too. Vivid gets a little red. So I did kind of like that bone quality that it had originally. So that's kind of like more the brightness that I want it to be at to match the other ones. And again, I can probably bump up this specular highlight on it too. I did flatten that down. I can knock back the specular on the gem, to be honest. I feel like that's a little heavy. So let's do that. That's not the button. Let's knock that highlight down. So there's still a little bit of that kind of dimensionality to it. It's still kind of a bit juicy, but it's kind of like really lost a lot of that luster, which is kind of useful. I might have gone a little bit too far. Bring just a little bit more. Just a touch back. There we go. Alright, so I think that's good. It like has more of that crystal look to it, that shape. That said, I feel like the highlight on the skull is maybe a little high. Maybe to push that back down a bit. So let's do that. Just compared to where the highlights are on the other ones. I want to kind of make it feel similar. Because the other ones I kind of accounted for the sunken in kind of nature of the relief. Be careful you don't go like too far on details. You can kind of take away from it when you overdo it. Always kind of like looking at the other monitor too to kind of get a good idea of where it's at. So bring back those cooler colors. Got that gummy feel to it still. Alright, I think that's pretty good. Bring a little bit of some shadow into that corner. Alright, nice. Okay, I feel better about that. Alright. Oh, wow. Last feedback Friday you can remember was when we had that flooding. My goodness. That was a long time ago. It does kind of have that, the chocolate charm, the spooky, what is that called? Is it just, I forget the name of it. But yeah, it does have that look, has that feel, the vibe. But I think the purple glow, the kind of like base color of it, it's a little more interesting, and like it makes you curious about it as opposed to kind of like feeling like you made a mistake activating it. So that's cool. Actually, now that I see it, I kind of like the crack going across the eye there, because it kind of makes it feel like an eye patch, which a lot of the mice have. There's so many layers. So many of them do barely anything. I'm gonna extend this nice little subtle crack across to here. Just boom. And that kind of gives the eye patch impression. Maybe if I make more like that. But straight across and more, less of a like an actual kind of fracture. That certainly feels a little bit more like an eye patch, but it's kind of neat for it to be a fracture, maybe somewhere in between. Also having it just kind of bleed out. Not bleed out, but like the lighting kind of causes it to be really hard to see, so the light is bleeding it out. So yeah, okay. That actually kind of works for me. I'm going to tweak this to match. I can just use, it's a color dodge, that's a color dodge. This layer. So, just do this, do a little that, do a little this. Ha 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 ha. And I'm just eyeballing this. Yeah, it looks close-ish. I'll see when I actually like overlay to do the like blown up version. But that kind of has a neat effect to it. And it kind of like gives it a little more pirate feel. So there we have it. I think I'm pretty content with what we've kind of figured out together. I think you guys really helped me shape up a lot of these ideas. The pirate symbol is very strong on the pirate feel, so I think I'm pretty happy with that. The Warden thing, I think I'm more confident in this direction. I do believe that, yeah, like once I kind of like get more figured out with the Wardens themselves, it'll be a little bit easier to kind of like lock in on this. The key, I think I'm going to tweak just a little bit. Maybe even just punch up the glow of the key itself, and then like knock the outer blooming glow back a bit. I could probably do that really quick, actually. So let's just see what that does, shall we? So let's try a color dodge on the key. That doesn't do much with this color, it's already so bright. So that's a lot more kind of vibrant glow. And where's the outer glow? This is the outer glow. Ah, that's an element. Okay, so it's missing this layer here. And that might be why I didn't really feel like it worked with the others, because it didn't have that kind of back glow on the shadow. Okay. That feels a little bit more like it matches the rest. probably going to tweak the gem's outer glow a bit as well anyways, so that's fair. Now the pirate one feels a bit dark compared to the rest, because the Warden one is like bright, but the glow is a bit different from the others, which is fair, because it is actually lit from behind, and it's a darker kind of silhouette, whereas the other ones are the actual object glowing. So again, I think once I have every single piece kind of figured out, I can tune and tweak each of them individually. And it is 5:30, so I think I'm probably going to call it, although I kind of want to do the ore. Like, I have the ore figured out. I just need to cut it out. You know? Pirate glow. Pirate. Nothing on that one. Warden. Treasure. So many layers. I can hide these as groups. Just trying to organize this a little bit better. Alright. This is old. Oh yeah, the cheese one I'm also pretty happy with. Of course, I'll need to see how it looks on these backdrops. I think it'll be fine. But considering that there are a few that I still need to modify into this, and I'm going to go and do that. I don't think I'll be able to do that before 6, and I think I'm kind of running out of steam at this point, so let's save it. Make sure to save. It's always important. Okay, cool. So here it is. Again, one last time in this view. There's a lot. It's kind of noisy right now, and I think that's partially because of the circles that I had saved, activated. So maybe I'll just turn those off. Just gotta find it all. Gotta name everything. There we go. Save. And now I should update over here. There we go. So yeah, I think once this kind of fills up with stuff and it's not using that kind of like high contrast disk in a square surrounded by disks in a square, I think that'll help with. Without anything selected, I like how kind of like toned down things look. Like the gem, I could knock the contrast back even more, I think. And that's kind of the nice thing about having this set up like this. I can kind of like do modifications on the other file, save it, and see what it looks like in full view. So yeah, I feel like I want to knock these elements of contrast back. Like, see how dim that skull is on the backdrop. I maybe want to do the same with the key and the gem and just kind of pull it down to that level. So that's cool. I can do that pretty easily. Lowering some of the contrast, like the drop shadow on that, or the embossed kind of shadow feels very heavy at this point. And I think I know why, is because when I was playing around with it on that sandstone color, I really pumped up the intensity of that shadow, and I forgot to kind of tweak it back to where it should be for something at that level. So I need to go back to the other file. So many things open. Okay, here we go. So let's grab this. Yeah, it's at 60%. It's supposed to be at like 38. So boom, that like hold it down significantly. See if it's the same on the key. That is at 38. That's fine. The skull is more intense because I added the occlusion to it. So this, I think, could be knocked down. Let's bring it back. I think the key is the same thing. Yeah, because there's like another layer that's adding more shadow to it. So I'll pull that back. I think I'm okay with the Warden stone being on a more high contrast. Like, see how that kind of pops out a bit more. I kind of want it to do that, so I think I'll leave it. All right, save that. I'm going to close it so I stop messing around. I'm going to close this. I'm going to start my weekend. I don't need to save that. What I did was I did a quick little kind of scribble over, just trying to figure out some placement with Maxine. This I didn't change. So here is what we're looking at. This is kind of stuff we did. Doesn't look like a lot. Doesn't look like a lot, but we were nonstop today, so I hope you guys had a good time with this. I really appreciate the input you guys have given. I feel like I've really kind of brought it into a place that I'm quite happy with. Thanks so much to your kind of input and sharing what you like about it and kind of what things seem like, how they read. So I think that's helped quite a ton. So yeah, thanks so much. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I always super appreciate your company, and it's always fun to stream with you guys. So very nice to have you on board. And I look forward to more work on this in the future. I have much more HUD stuff to do. It's definitely coming along, so I don't know if we'll end up doing any more streams with it. We might wrap it up by next week or the week after that, most likely. That said, once we get into the testing stuff, once stuff is plugged in and sliced up, that's another story. We'll probably do some tweaking. But I think we're really kind of getting into the stride with this. It's coming along nicely. And yeah, so I'll probably see you in 2 weeks. Next week, I think it should be Dave. But we'll probably work on more mice characters. We have more to do. I want to work on the Wardens with you guys, so I'll try and kind of make sure to do that. And yeah, so hope you guys have a safe and happy weekend. Happy hunting, and Black Lives Matter. I'll see you guys next time. Stay safe, and all right. Bye for now.